Hello and welcome to the Law Patrol, proudly presented by Glazed Legal. On this channel, we take a look at all things legal and lawful as they happen in Australia and around the world. We review concepts, cases, and just generally shoot the breeze. Whilst we don't give advice, we can answer some questions and hopefully at least point you in the right direction. As we cover everything legal and don't shy away from the hard topics, we may occasionally cover themes or discussions that some may find disturbing or distasteful. So if necessary, make yourself a cup of concrete, put on your big kid pants and pull up a chair. If you have any questions or comments about anything we discuss, please don't hesitate to reach out by email at info@glazedlegal.com.au. Follow us on Facebook and remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, let's get into it.
And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to this episode of The Law Patrol, which we're tentatively calling JD vs. the Sun, Episode 2, Attack of the Turds. As you'd be well aware, last night, spent most of the night going through the first 30-odd pages of the UK trial to see exactly where the BS sort of came from, basically, given how biased the judgment seemed to be. And I have actually had some people reach out to me and very eloquently put it to me that they were very happy that I'd sat and went through the case and I was explaining it in the way that I had been. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Is it my face? Is it that bad? Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, basically, I was going to take time today to continue moving through the actual judgment. In the meantime, there are a few things that I want to touch on, just because they have come up in the June, you're gonna have to spell it out for me. Is this something that I'm missing? Is there something in my background or something? Hey. Where are we? Don't worry. What is it? Is it like something stuck in my teeth or something? Or anyway, look. Where are we? So I will move on. Starting with, I wanted to start by going through the article that Dr. Spiegel put out. I testified in the Heard v. Depp trial. The backlash has been horrific. Now, I'd like to very much specify he has actually... No, all good. Okay. All right. The first thing I'll point out on this, I get that he was there as a witness for Amber, but reversing the parties is just very clear to show exactly where he fell on various things. And I did read through this, and to me, it does come across as a bit of a sob story. But I don't feel any sympathy for him whatsoever, simply because he put himself in that position, basically. Oh, lovely. The Streamlabs is actually working. Excellent. Fantastic. I wasn't actually sure if that would work or not. Right, so where are we? So, what was it? I testified in the Heard v. Depp trial. The backlash has been horrific, by Dr. David R. Spiegel, which appeared in on Newsweek.com 3 days ago. I'm also just readjusting this new mic. I went out and actually got one of the boom ones like everybody else. So hopefully you can all hear me properly. It's not overly... it's not too loud, it's not too quiet, anything like that. So if this is more of a fleshing out of various bits and pieces. So if there's anything that's working or isn't working, please, people, let me know. I'd rather fix it now than look like an idiot for 3 odd hours. So Right. I heard the news that Johnny Depp had won his defamation lawsuit against Amber Heard as the verdict was being read on June 1. I was very disappointed, first and foremost for Miss Heard, who should have received much more of an outpouring of support than she did. I have been a practicing psychiatrist for around 30 years. It did not take him long to get back into his CV, did it? Still couldn't believe he spent the first 20 odd minutes giving his testimony, just listing off why he's such a important person in the psychiatric community. 30 odd years, and had previously provided medical malpractice expert witness testimony. But before the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard defamation trial, I had never provided witness testimony in any high profile cases. I was asked to be an expert witness in the case in 2019, so I've actually been on the case for about 3 years and had been privy to every single detail of what's been happening for that period of time. Yeah, for that period of time that Amber had been providing him with any and all bits of information. But when I signed on initially, the impression I had was that it would be a closed trial, that there would not be any cameras or fans in court. Paparazzi outside the courthouse was never a problem. That's something I can handle. But the situation obviously took a turn once the trial became a national televised event. That said, I had a job to do and I did my job. Feeling a little bit that's like the whole soldier following order defense. The picture is a bit blurry. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I don't know if you've noticed the new additions to the page. I actually am trying to run it through Streamlabs, through OBS back to StreamYard, so that I can do all the nice little things and see the chats and bring them up and that sort of thing. For example, like that. While still having these nice little things on the side as well. So I'm sort of playing with little bits and pieces here or there. So I am sorry if there's a bit of drop in video quality. Teething issues, we will get there. Where were we? Yeah, I did my job. Before the trial, I had one 50-minute Zoom meeting with Amber Heard, and I had a lunch with her between sessions on May 23rd. She was very nice, very cordial, and very polite. Yeah, because she wanted something from him. I was very comfortable with the subject matter. I am well versed on trauma and substance abuse, and I am well versed on the facts of the case. But cross-examination is something you're never fully going to be prepared for, because you don't know exactly what they're going to do or say. It wasn't as if I was stunned that I was going to be cross-examined, though I was a little uneasy about being on national TV. What I couldn't prepare for was the reaction from the public. Yeah, I'm fairly confident you probably could have if you knew exactly what you were saying on the stand. Wonder how many times he got to plug his book. Haven't actually read through the article in its entirety just yet. When I left the courthouse, I was told to leave when the witness after me was going, because the people in the gallery could not leave at that point. So when I left, they could not follow me to my car. I drove to my hotel, and around an hour later, about 4 p.m., my wife called me and said, "Listen, I don't want you to look at what's being said." I asked her how horrific it was, and she told me that it was pretty bad. I'm not a social media expert, far from it, so I didn't expect the whole horrific post-trial backflow. It's been a little stunning for me. Really? After everything that's been involved in this trial, the fact that there was social media and all that sort of thing, you were that stunned that there was going to be social media backlash against you? The volume of it, from the personal attacks on who I am and what I present like to what I look like and say, was obviously a little hurtful. I deal with people for a living, so I tried to understand where people were coming from. It's what a psychiatrist does. Oh, excuse me. But the comments below the YouTube videos of me have been vile, and some people have access to my work email, so I've got 4 or 5 charming editorials about myself. My WebMD page has now been closed for comments, but if you looked at the site beforehand, there were probably 7 or 8 reviews, and all of a sudden on Monday 23rd and Tuesday, May 24th, there were hundreds, so it was pretty obvious what had happened. I'm an adult. It's not the first time I've been criticised, but never like that. Oh, I think his ego might have been bruised. On that Monday and Tuesday, I had what I can only describe as an emotional concussion. It wasn't physical, I didn't get hit in the head. It was emotional because the feedback afterwards left me a little on the numb and dazed side. I slept a lot on Monday and Tuesday. I was originally going to take vacation to see my son in New York on May 25, then come back to Virginia on May 31. Instead, I started the vacation a day early. Oh, half your luck. Fortunately, I have had a lot of support from my family, and even my patients have been emailing me. And the good news is that my residents and faculty members all support me. They texted me saying, "We're with Dr. Spiegel," and had "We're with Dr. Spiegel" t-shirts made for me. That was comforting. During my career, I have dealt with people who are not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. I've dealt with people who are psychotic and have threatened to kill me, and it has never fazed me one iota, but this did. You start realizing that it really just takes one person who is not seeing things right. No shit, Sherlock. And you were representing her, or putting forward her interests anyway. I don't think I was paranoid to the point that I was shutting the blinds, but my eldest daughter is still in my house in Virginia, and as ridiculous as it sounds, I have a pit bull. I love my dog. She is a great dog, but she's still a pit bull at heart. This was probably the first time I ever thought in my life, thank God I have a pit bull. Am I glad that my pit bull is there with my daughter? Yes, I am. I don't think my dog would harm anybody, but she should be intimidating. Yeah. The implication there is quite serious, and it goes to the exaggeration on hyperbole that he did on the stand as well. So this is becoming more of a trend, in my opinion, as to how he relates to things. I would have liked Mr. Depp to get ahead of this and have said, "Listen, I understand you're upset, but there are ways to express how to be upset." The fact that he hasn't probably says potential volumes about him. Miss Heard hasn't come out and said anything either, but in my opinion, she is the most vulnerable person in this situation. If I had groupies and I saw them attacking and harassing someone they don't know, I would have said what I said during the trial. That there are ways to express dissatisfaction, and then there are ways not to. I think when Mr. Depp first noticed this behavior from his fans, he should have redirected their emotions. Oh, yes, because Johnny's entirely responsible for the annoyance and the reaction that's been directed towards you, Dr. Spiegel. It's got absolutely nothing to do with Johnny whatsoever. I mean, I haven't ever really been a huge fan of Johnny. I can't say that I'm one of his biggest fans. You, however, on the stand, I made my own personal opinion about that, and that was completely separate to however I feel about Johnny Depp. Johnny Hurd. Oh, geez, now I'm going to have people chasing after me. But anyway, I think it's very unreasonable for him to come out and say that it was up to Johnny to speak to the fans and get them to take a step back. I mean, it's not even necessarily that the fans need to. I mean, yes, there's always going to be fanatical fans. That's part and parcel for what happens when you're with celebrities and that sort of thing. But he's really got his head out of whack if he's expecting someone who he trashed on the stand to get up there and defend him. Though since the verdict, I have received a piece of derogatory mail. Oh, sorry, I must have skipped a bit. While I still feel this intervention would be welcomed, his fans may be disarmed by the verdict in his favour. Though since the verdict, I have received a piece of derogatory mail to my professional address and one rude phone call that was fielded by my staff. Mate, if you've only had one bad telephone call as a result of that, I'd be thinking yourself lucky. I've never appeared on national TV, and I've still had more calls than that in the last however long. Not that I'm a bad lawyer or anything. It's just sometimes you got to tell people that you're not the lawyer for them, and they don't take it the right way. Where are we? I have been almost totally offline since May 23, and I told my wife and my kids before the trial. to get off their personal websites and social media platforms for at least a week before and 2 weeks after the trial. But it probably still is a little bit hurtful for them to see the attacks on me and for the patients I've had relationships with for years. There is potential for professional fallback. No shit. I don't think it's going to be that 80% of my patients will stop seeing me, but do I think some will? Who I don't know well enough. They might. Is that a full... But do I think some will? Who I don't know. Someone might need to give him a elocution lesson as well. Some of my patients that have suffered from IPV have reached out to me and have expressed that Mr. Hurd's testimony was cathartic, but I've never asked my patients what they think about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case. So there may be people who, if they think it's important and they don't know me all that well, may drop out. I'm also applying for the position of a permanent chair of the department at my med school. It's not like I think the comments from the general population would affect anything. I'm not going to lose my job. But will the whole circus around the trial make me look more or less like a serious academic? I don't know. I do. At least in my opinion, anyway. My thought has always been that before we choose a hero or a star, it's important to remember that we don't know them. We know their persona. That's why it's always better to pick a hero that you know, like a family member or teacher. Then you know them a little more than you know this person you've never spoken to in your life. That's the pot calling the kettle black, given that you got up on the stand and actually said, I diagnosed this guy without ever speaking a word to him. I would say to people who have attacked me that just like they don't know Mr. Depp, they don't know me. This is my career. This is what I do. I'm an emotions guy, so I have no problem with people expressing emotion. But I have people expressing emotion that is hurtful and harmful, whether it be words or the tons of memes that I've seen that are supposed to look like me when I'm testifying. I would ask people to remember that there are appropriate ways that you can say you are dissatisfied with my testimony, or that it may have been short-sighted. I'm an expert at this. It's not like I saw one clip of Mr. Depp and said, oh, let me judge this. Okay, well, that's kind of how you put it when you're on the stand, though. Now, I wish Amber Heard emotional healing in this scenario where she's perceived by the general population as a villainess. The trial was in many ways an excellent experience for me. If it had just been the work that I did that led up to it, the trial and the cross-examination, if it had ended in a bubble, I would have said I'd 100% been an expert witness in a high-profile case again. Now I'm 60-40 leaning towards no. Never in my life have I been the target of such voluminous amounts of hate ever. I will process the emotion, but it will always be there. The knowledge that I was on the receiving end of such venom. Yeah. Can't say I'm strictly surprised at the way that at the tone that he's taken in relation to this article. It's very much just to frankly, I think it's to soothe his own ego, really. Yeah, where are all you chatty people? Let me have a look. SG, g'day. Valerie Farquharson, good morning, mate. Much love and support and blessing and healing to you and your family from PEI Canada. Hello. Sound is very good. Yep, okay, got that one. I feel like as an expert witness, he should be expecting this. He might not have known it was going to be publicised, but representing AH against JD would be highly scrutinised no matter what. Yes, absolutely. And I mean, if he's going on about how he was potentially going to be an expert witness in other cases and that sort of thing, I mean, it's a very unfortunate photo, let's be perfectly honest. But it's purely it's what he signed on for, basically. He knew that it was going to be a high-profile case. He knew that, and yes, his job was to trash Johnny. There you go. He was just so bad on the stand. He should study his testimony and learn from it. I doubt he will ever watch that testimony ever again. I'll be perfectly honest. Elaine can go on the record blaming people, but she sure hasn't stood up for their own expert witness. That is very true as well. I had actually specifically noticed that, that she had stayed out of the whole viewpoint on it. So, mind you, I think she's probably too busy out there blowing enough smoke to make Amber Heard look like a human being again. What a stupid remark. JD is the defendant in an active case. Court rules not to make public comments about the case. Yes, that is absolutely true as well. Well, he's been lucky to not to have people harass you before. Yep. No shit, Sherlock have to be the best Aussie sayings. Great work, keep up. Cheers. And yeah, you can generally tell when I'm getting a little bit more snippy because no shit, Sherlock does roll off my tongue fairly frequently. Well, he knows what to expect in the future. Yeah, and look, that is if anyone actually decides that they want to employ him as an expert witness in the future. So, but anyway, moving on. Where's the other one that I wanted to show? Yeah, so we all know that Elaine cancelled her interview with Court TV. I still haven't been able to find anything online as to why she was called back to court. Where's that playing from? I've got music going in my ears now. Okay. Now, I wanted to actually go over this one as well. So this was on CNN. And look, I know that Nate did a bit of... he did a bit of coverage on this, but I just wanted to go through and... Because this particular woman here... Ariva Martin, she seems to comment on a lot of high-profile cases in America. And... right. Medita. From my understanding, that was on Friday. She got called back into to the court, presumably after the Today and CBS interviews. There's some speculation that the Judge A was not pleased with how she'd handled certain aspects in the interviews, particularly because she'd been blaming the judge, the jury, and pretty much everyone but her client for how that turned out. So, yeah. I'm still waiting to see any sort of information. I'm actually waiting to hear whether or not any of the other law tubers have got any sort of information. Ordinarily, I probably would have been banging down on Joe's emails by now, but I know he's enjoying his holiday. So, all of Amber's attorneys and witnesses look like a bunch of monkeys trying to hump the same basketball at the same time. Fair enough. CNN is fake news. Yeah, no, okay. Well, look, I mean, being Australian, I don't know which news networks are appropriate and which ones aren't. I'm purely just going off the information that I've got. I previously thought that CNN was supposed to be, journalistic integrity. I'm assuming that's no longer the case. I mean, I conflate CNN with, was it James Earl Jones that did voice work for that or something? CNN is a propaganda network. Oh, well, there you go. All right. Well, anyway, let's just go through this one, and I want to share some thoughts on this as well.
Ariva, what's your reaction to this verdict?
I think the jury got it wrong, Jake. I'm very disappointed in the jury verdict. I think this is another big win for powerful men and a colossal loss for women. When you think about the allegations that were made in the UK case that involved defamation against a tabloid, the judge in that case found the allegations of Amber Heard to be credible, found that Johnny Depp did abuse Amber Heard. This jury, on the other hand, basically...
Okay. Firstly, this woman has obviously never actually looked at the UK case because, as you'll see when we actually finish going back through the judgment, it wasn't whether or not the allegations took place, it's whether or not it was more likely to have occurred or not. So let's just clear that up. But again, anyone that has actually read the verdict can actually see just how biased it was, particularly with the the links to external sources and that sort of thing. So it's just, I agree with Nate. I don't think she's actually watched much of the current trial either, and I think she's just come out and spouted some things to make herself appear as an expert on the matter. So, but that's my opinion.
We rejected the mountain of evidence that showed that Amber Heard, in fact, had been abused by Johnny Depp. The jury didn't have to find that each and every allegation was true. They could have found even one of them to be true. So you have to believe, this jury believed that Amber Heard made up out of whole cloth each and every one of these allegations with details, with facts, to create this, what they're calling a hoax. And I just find that pretty incredible. So I'm really shocked and surprised by the jury verdict.
Renato, what do you think?
You know, I have to say my biggest concern, Jake, is about the impact that this is going to have more broadly. Usually in a defamation case, both sides lose because their dirty laundry gets aired out because they incur legal fees. Obviously, Johnny Depp can afford to spend a lot of money and have a case across the country and wasn't afraid to take this to trial. But I am concerned about defamation suits like this used in a lot of circumstances when women allege abuse. It's generally not the right strategy, and my concern is about the effect it's going to have on our society.
This case was largely centered around a 2018 op-ed Amber Heard wrote.
I'd just like to point out, I think that's complete bullshit. I don't genuinely believe that it's going to have serious ramifications for society as a whole. Every individual DV case, every individual defamation case, every legal case is looked at on its own merits. I mean, yes, you can say that, oh, future juries might be impacted, they might be influenced, whatever. Simple fact of the matter is that if that's the case, that's how the jury is going to find anyway, because that's how society is developing. Now, in terms of them going on about social media being involved, I think that's one of Sorry, distracted by the chat again. Really got to practice that. What was I saying? Okay. All right. I'm going to answer some of these chats because they were very distracted me and it was very interesting. If the judge did call Elaine to her chambers on Friday, possible warning, but could the judge order her to stop conducting interviews until a certain time? If I was a betting man, I would say that she probably got the equivalent of censured. So basically, she got a rap over the knuckles from the judge, basically saying, you know, step out of line again and you may be reported to the Bar Association, that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see exactly where things go. I mean, if she's back on the campaign trail, as you would call it, as of Monday, then we'll certainly be interested to see what happens. Does anyone else think that people that haven't followed the trial shouldn't remark on it? Yes, very much so. It's been a recurring theme that a lot of the people that seem to have been supporting Amber have had next to no actual understanding of what happened in the case or what was involved or anything along those lines. Even amongst my family and friends, I've had to explain a few things to various people. And as soon as I actually understood the facts of the case, the evidence that was presented and that sort of thing, they didn't necessarily flip a switch and change their tune straight away, but they most certainly decided to actually sit back and look at things before jumping straight into being a Amber Heard supporter anyway. Excuse me. Where are we? Maybe an unpopular, maybe not, but I think the juries are much better at coming to the truth than judges. Judges always seem to have personal agendas. Yes, and look, that is my major gripe with the UK case, in the fact that it was a defamation trial that was done in a judge-alone trial. In particular, setting aside any inferences of unethical behavior or anything like that, which may or may not have occurred, it's very... Given when you've got the one person that is both the finder of law and the finder of fact, you can twist the facts to fit whatever application of the law you want. So no, I wholeheartedly agree that particularly in these sorts of cases, a jury should be involved. Absolutely. Hopefully it will discourage future liars. We can only hope. Oh, no, that's my Streamlab. Sorry. CNN is Democratic Liberal News Channel. Right. Okay. Interesting. Where are we?
At thewashingtonpost.com, the jury asked about that and how it pertained to a claim in Depp's suit. They wanted to know if they should focus on the headline or the entire piece, and the judge said just the headline. How might that question factor into this, Ariva?
I think it may have factored into it, and it may have caused this jury to ignore the other allegations of physical abuse that Amber Heard testified to. And what we know, Jake, statistically, is that less than 10% of women lie about being sexually abused. We also know that 1 in 3 women will experience some kind of domestic violence in their lifetime. So when you think about those statistics and you think about the testimony that Amber Heard gave, again, the fact that not one of those allegations was believed by this jury is troubling to me. And like Renato said, I am concerned about the larger impact. This is the most
Thank you. What was I going to say? Yeah, what I was saying is that if you are going to bring those kinds of allegations, though, you do need to have at least some sort of credibility to your allegations and or evidence. I mean, listening to Rob and Joe's public service announcements, what they called, it is very true that you do not need to have physical or documented evidence to be able to bring a DV case or a defamation case. But the simple fact of the matter is, if that's going to be the case, then you yourself need to be a credible witness, which Amber just was not. You see it time and again when the witnesses get up on the stand. You can tell the people that have genuinely been in those sorts of situations because the emotion shows through. There's really no better way of putting it. The emotion, the obvious damage that has been done to their souls, basically, is there for everybody to see. And in my opinion, it was very clear that that was not evident, and it just drove me up the wall, to be perfectly honest.
high-profile trial that we've had in the Me Too era. We had cameras inside that courtroom. It became somewhat of a spectacle with the social media, really vilifying of Amber Heard. And I believe it sets women back and will have a chilling effect on women feeling as if they can come forward and bring a claim against or even make allegations of physical violence and sexual abuse against powerful men. Because I remember that era when women did so, they weren't believed, they were maligned, many lost their jobs and their careers. And I worry that this could be the outcome of this trial.
And Renato, in last week's...
I understand why she's saying that, in the past, women weren't believed and all that sort of thing. But it's the same sort of thing that I've kept saying. Gender shouldn't be involved in it at all. If there is an allegation, it needs to be properly investigated, irrespective of gender, irrespective of bias or anything like that. Ariva Martin is a civil rights attorney and a strong women's advocate. She claims she is a media expert. CNN and HLN always have her on when there is a case involving women. Crap. Does that mean I'm going to have people coming back at me because calling me a misogynist and all sorts of things? No. Misogynist? Oh, man. Oh, well. In too deep now. I don't think it's misogynist to disagree with the way that she's interpreting the case. So, but I also think that genders should be treated it should be treated equally in regards to certain things, in particular in relation to these sorts of cases. It's just not on. She's promoting her book in the background. Oh, okay. Is that one that she wrote? Is it the one that says autism on it? If you get caught in one lie, you're supposed to dismiss everything from that person. No, look, I don't necessarily think that that's accurate either. I think that if there are multiple allegations and there's a possibility for even a kernel of truth to any of them, I think that each one needs to be investigated on its own merits. But I don't think that you should be using that as a point to vilify somebody else. So it's all about doing the proper due diligence and the proper investigation. One person was in the courtroom to heal, the other was there for revenge. Yep. How do you keep a woman like her off a jury? How can you recognize her bias? Now, that is a good question. Basically, it comes down to when they're in the jury pool, you need to be asking the right questions to be able to basically strike them for cause so that they're not on the jury. So you need to be able to ask, excuse me, you can ask certain questions. Obviously, you can't just outright say, do you hate men? Do you hate women? Various other things like that. But you can sort of ask questions to guide into certain areas to see how people react, whether or not people get defensive over certain specific topics is always a good one. And sometimes you can get a thing out of left field. I mean, I had a case where we were trying to sort out having a jury, and it was a little old lady, and she wound up saying something along the lines of, what was it? I don't like the look of the person there. He looks like the same person that ran over my cat a few years ago. So she did not make it onto the jury. But yeah, it can be all sorts of random stuff. But basically, the trick to making sure that someone with bias isn't on the jury is asking your questions properly during the jury selection process. Even in the early 90s at uni, we did studies related to men in DV. No, I'm not on board with her narrative, but I'm not sure she can wind the narrative to match the truth that came out in court in the US. This is not a gender issue, it's a credibility issue. Yeah, absolutely. Amber was lying, that is all. Tanya Burke started the Me Too movement in 2006. She made a statement yesterday stating that Amber does not speak for the Me Too movement and the Me Too movement will move forwards and not backwards. Excellent. I'm hugely happy to hear that. That is great. Anyone could have said her comments and I would not agree with her narrative. Yep. From my understanding, here in the US, and I don't have a job in law, so take that with salt, but you can ask any question related to the case. Presumably you're talking in relation to the selection of the jury. Yeah. You've just got to be careful, basically, as to what questions. You can't ask blatantly derisive or derogatory questions or that sort of thing. So I believed AH until I watched the trial. I admit I was biased until I saw the truth myself. Yeah, and look, I think that a lot of people are in that camp, or at least the previous Amber Heard supporters are in that camp. Am I only YouTuber? Fair enough. All right, where are we?
Closing arguments, Amber Heard's attorney, Ben Rottenborn, told jurors that if Depp failed to prove that he never abused Heard, then she wins the case. He said, quote, a ruling against Amber here sends the message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. Do you think that's what played out here?
Bloody hell.
Well, I will say this is the burden that Depp had was pretty substantial here. He had to prove by clear and convincing evidence that Heard had actual malice. In other words, that she essentially recklessly disregarded the truth here. Not that she was mistaken or that she maybe exaggerated a little bit, but that she was substantially trying to lie and defame him, and he did so. And obviously, his team. His team proved that. I know there's different opinions about why that is and whether or not, for example, gender bias factored into that. What I will say is, usually in a defamation case, it is very difficult to meet that standard when the person is a public figure.
So Johnny Depp has just released a statement reacting to that verdict that we just watched that found both he and Amber Heard were liable for defamation. He writes in part, quote, 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the many people who have for many, many years supported and believed in me were all forever changed in the blink of an eye.
False, very serious and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content. Although no charges were ever brought against me, it had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond. And it had a seismic impact on my life and my career. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled.
Chloe, you're just getting in a new statement?
Yes, so I have a statement from Amber Heard's team. It just came in a moment ago. I'll read you just a part of it because it's really long. It says, the disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. She goes on to say,
Yes, I'm unmuted. Mountain of evidence? Really? Pretty much every single thing that she did was, every witness that got on that stand. Amber told me this. Amber said this happened. Oh, this apparently happened, but I didn't actually see any of it happen. This is my opinion on Johnny. He does drugs and drinks alcohol. Therefore, he must be the violent monster that... Anyway. I'm surprised that they waited a full day before bringing up the gender split of the jury. Gender bias with 2 women on the jury. Could it not be reasonably probable that they just believed him and not her based on the evidence? Look, at this point, I think that anyone supporting is going to be taking every chance they can to pick and poke holes. Here we go. I'm actually shocked that Elaine would infer such statements about the jury and judge being tainted when she still had to work in that courthouse. Yeah, look, I think probably given the fact that she settles most of her cases and she actually works in other counties as well, she probably didn't really think much of it, to be perfectly frank. She really knows how to make a hill into a mountain. Yep. I am not a big fan of Johnny Depp. I believe he is not innocent in this whole entire thing. Amber is the one who cried wolf and accused him of rape. I don't believe that Johnny raped her. No, and look, I'll be perfectly honest. I think that had Amber ran this case in a different manner, she more than likely would have won, because there is enough of a what do you call it? There was enough of a kernel of truth, I think, to that they would have had to say that there was a possibility that it happened, or in certain cases there was more than a 50% chance that it likely happened. So yeah, I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, she hasn't changed a bit. Okay. Can't wait for a juror to speak out. Did I use file language? No, look, that's probably just the settings that I've got on the Streamlabs bot, which, by the way, I'm acutely aware of how frequently that's popping up. I am going to fiddle with those settings. Apologies for it being annoying in the chat. And more than likely, you just used one of the words that I had flagged. Think so. Where are we, chatbot? Caps protection, symbol protection, word protection. Yeah, I don't think you would have used foul language. I've only really got the 3 big ones on the banned list. And you know what? I'm going to take fuck off the list anyway. So unless it was that you put a bunch of symbols in which case, you know what? I'm going to turn that off too. Modules, chat alert, that's fine. Sorry, just doing a little bit of back and forth while I'm in there. Apologies. That was probably nice and boring for everybody. Yes, that's because I took it. That's because I deleted it off the list. So glad you're on. Feel like I've been in the Twilight Zone. What trial did Elaine attend? So it wasn't actually a trial. As far as we're aware, she got called into chambers to go and see Judge Escarado. So I would dare say that there's a... I dare say that the judge was upset with some of the comments that she made. SG, are you seriously just trying to go through and work out what the other words are? I don't see any use of foul language. No, look, I'm not quite sure why that did that, to be perfectly honest. Teething problems. We'll get beyond it. Where are we?
I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. It's a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. And she goes on to say that I believe Johnny's attorney succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. And she goes on to talk about being sad that she lost this case.
Joey, I don't know Amber Heard's financial situation, but an 8-figure award for Johnny Depp, the likelihood that's going to be paid.
Yeah, well, even before we get to that issue, really, Victor, you get to the issue of appeal, right? Because you can throw out a number of figures as this jury did, but that will go through a whole bunch of machinations of appeals and even during the appeals settlements, right? And when you look at that, the figure, right, it's a high figure, $10 million. It goes to whether or not she'll have the ability to pay. But in the event that she doesn't, there's all kind of attachments and things that you could ultimately do. One other issue, just very quickly, I want to go back to Lonnie's point, which with respect to the inconsistency of the verdict. On the one hand, the second statement, which the jury apparently credited, right, as it relates to Amber Heard saying Johnny Depp defamed me, said that this was a hoax. So how do you, on the one hand, as a jury, credit a statement saying that, you know, they lied, that is Johnny Depp and his team when they call this a hoax, but on the other hand, you credit the fact that he defamed her, meaning Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp? It seems somewhat inconsistent. I raise that because that will go for sure on the issue of appeal.
I can differentiate it. The second statement, which they found that Amber Heard was defamed by what was put in the Daily Mail, it's very specific. It is talking about May 21st, 2016. Johnny Depp went over to her house. There was an argument. He leaves. The police come. And there was testimony by every police officer. They didn't see bruising on Amber Heard at all. But this statement goes on to say that it's an abuse and hoax, but goes on to say that Amber Heard and her best friend trashed up the whole apartment, spilled some wine, did all this, called the police back. There was no testimony that they trashed that apartment at all. Zero in the trial. So that is false. And I think the jury may have found that to be a defamatory statement because there's no basis in fact.
Reva,
I think there were a few people that actually were of the same opinion. So it might be that someone out there actually had the right idea. Where is it? Strange. That's it there. That's what I want to share. Oh, I don't want to share the entire screen. I want to share that. All right. So, moving back to the UK case. Now, so for anyone that... Johnny... Where are we? His penthouse, not hers. She definitely didn't watch the trial. Yep. JD's words matched his, and I believed him. His body language matched as well. I'm not a fan, so I don't come with bias, but I came with a past and can feel it from him, not her. Fair enough. She sounded like she watched some of the trial, potentially. Do you think that when the judge asked for the jury to fill in the amount, that on the form the jury had not given Amber any money at all and left it blank? Excuse me. Yes, I think that's exactly what happened. I think that they found in her favor, but I don't think that they intended to really give her money, basically. I think they could have just as easily written $1 in, but I think it's very likely that they went, okay, well, how much did she get for Aquaman 2? Let's just put that in there and call it a day. I mean, I had various theories bouncing around in my head as to how they got to the 15 million, more or less being what he was entitled to from the divorce, plus taxes, plus a bit to get donated, plus, you can try and calculate that out in any number of different ways. But yeah. Homeless friend status, freeloaders. Yeah. Sent you a DM through Twitter, but I'm so happy you're covering the UK. Oh, Danielle, thank you. Yes, I did actually read that. I just hadn't had a chance to respond. So, no, thank you for your kind words, and I'm more than happy to be going through it. Elaine blamed YouTube as the cameras. If anyone who watched this hearing knows, it is not a Roman Colosseum atmosphere. Yeah, well. Okay, so moving back onto the UK case. So the last bit that we covered was pretty much we were in Australia in October 2015, where Amber Heard had actually written to 2 lawyers suggesting that it would be easy enough to get Kevin Murphy and her previous assistant to commit perjury in order to cover up that she hadn't actually done the paperwork to bring the dogs into Australia. So just to recap, on the 9th of October, she wrote to Carl Martin and Marty Singer, 2 lawyers, one of which was one of Johnny's, and Carl Martin, I'm pretty sure, is actually Carl Austin, who was Amber's lawyer. I think that's a typo, which is very strange and out of whack for a court judgment. But anyway... I can't actually find any other reference to a Carl Martin, so I think that's pretty much just a typo. She said in the email to them, the only thing that we are missing is evidence of the process being initiated, however, not completed, and therefore the dogs weren't taken on the trip. That is obviously harder to prove since it involves documenting something that didn't happen. However, since I know we attempted to bring them in at least once before the Australia trip, I can ask Kate to include that in her statement if that would be helpful. And one of the lawyers wrote back, that would be great. Not doing great for lawyer optics or appearances there. That's, not only unethical, gives me the shits. On the 11th of October, she wrote to Kevin Murphy, who was the estate manager. Now, he's the one that also gave testimony in the UK case, so we're going to get to that as well. She forwarded the email chain relating to the dogs to him and said, Kevin, what do you think? Could you possibly reach out for us? Do you think you could get her to do it? On the same day, Mr. Singer, the lawyer, wrote back, I don't know what your relationship with Kate James is at this time since you fired her. You'll have to be careful and that she will cooperate and will not go public if you ask her not to be truthful. She responded by saying, "Marty, I'm waiting to hear back from you before I reach out to Kevin to liaise with Kate." So let's be clear. She'd already emailed Kevin, got an email back from this guy, then emailed the lawyer back saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm waiting to hear from you before I reach out to Kevin." Yeah, bullshit. No, you're not. You've already sent the email off. Where are we? So the judge said he had no evidence that Kate James was ever in the event actually asked to sign a statement of any kind, and that no evidence was provided that she signed an untruthful statement. Mr. Murphy said in his re-examination that he had refused to ask Miss James to sign the statement. In any event, the solicitor for the Sun said that the suggestion that Miss James might be asked to make a statement was not truthful. That was not truthful came from Marty Singer, so trying to blame it on Johnny's people. Which, to be fair, I don't think it really mattered whose lawyer it was, but it was apparently Marty Singer's the one that was representing Johnny. As I have said, Marty Singer was one of Mr. Depp's American lawyers. Mr. Sherborne, who was the barrister that was representing Amber Heard. Oh, sorry, no. Mr. Sherborne was the barrister, apologies, that was representing Johnny Depp. He submitted that for this purpose he was representing Miss Heard. It was, after all, Amber who was prosecuted in Australia, not Johnny. Amber's account was that she was willing to accept responsibility for the offence because a conviction of Mr. Depp might prejudice his future ability to gain a visa for Australia. No shit. While it was not open to either of them to decide unilaterally who was to be prosecuted, it meant that Johnny had a very real interest in the prosecution, and that there was also a very good reason why Marty Singer should continue to be involved as Mr. Depp's lawyer. Who decides if Amber faces penalties in the Australia issue, and what might she possibly face? Look, I'll come back to that, but simple fact of the matter is the Australian Department of Environment, we'll just call it the Department of Environment and Water and whatever, currently, as far as I'm aware, still working with the FBI. So it's the Australian government that is going to be tracking down whether or not she's going to be facing perjury charges here. All else failing, we still have what's called a private prosecution. If she ever comes back here, I guarantee there's going to be a few Australian citizens that will happily issue their own writs for criminal prosecution against her. It's, it can be a bit of a whack job thing to do, but, if it goes somewhere, it goes somewhere. If not, a bit of a spectacle. It makes me crazy that the judge just dismisses KM because he said he confessed about thinking about falsifying evidence, but disregards the fact there is an email of Amber thinking about, well, it's not even that she thought about it, it was that she was suggesting that she get him to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, that's just as bad, if not worse. Kate started the process for the dogs but ran out of time, I believe. AH was apparently relying on JD's status, according to one thing I read. Yeah, and that, from my understanding, that's not the case. Everyone is saying that Kate started the paperwork, which I think is covered a little bit further on in here, but it's literally, I think she had written something on a piece of paper. So there was nothing submitted. There was nothing that you can't really say that it was in process, basically, particularly when you've got an email from Amber saying that, we can't document it because it didn't happen. Where are we? I accept Amber's evidence in this regard. It is also supported by the video, which Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard jointly made, in which they apologised and underlined the importance of observing Australian restrictions for the importance of animals. Jesus Christ. So that piece of crap video that they did, where they literally look like someone's got a gun to their head, also formed part of the reason why he decided that she was a credible witness. Bloody hell. As I have shown, Miss Callahan... Oh, and that's the other thing. The fact that he refers to her as Miss Callahan really annoys me. Just dropping the honorific off of her. I mean, she's a magistrate. She's a judicial officer, and she's a judge. She's basically a judge, and he's basically just referring to her as Miss. I don't know specifically how they refer to lower levels of judicial officers in the UK. That's not really something that I've ever really felt the need to look into. But it's certainly not something that I would ever expect one judicial officer to do to another. Even if it was out of professional courtesy, I would expect her to still be referred to as Magistrate Callaghan. But that's just my personal opinion, frankly. Further piece of evidence in this regard is a deposition which was given by Mr. Depp on the 12th of December 2018, the course of the litigation in LA, in which he brought against Bloom, Hergot, and others. Jake was involved. Marty Singer was involved. I also went to a couple of friends who had connections in the sort of upper echelon, I should say, of Australian government, and I was paying the lawyers there. I was paying the lawyers here. I was paying the lawyers in Australia to deal with the case and got it whittled down. She was facing 2 misdemeanors or something, so it's nice to know he wasn't intentionally. Because in the end, she was only charged with 1 misdemeanor. Well, you call it a misdemeanor, but still breaching the Immigration Act. And then the judge basically felt that Johnny had felt personally involved on the basis of a text message. I've been by your side for every drama, illness, and ugly situation. How do you think the goddamn felony charges went away? So he basically took credit for getting the 2 importation charges dropped. I bet he's regretting doing that now. Now, this is where it gets interesting. I turn to Mr. Murphy. He did sign a statement for the Australian proceedings on the 13th of October 2015. In the course of that, he said, although Amber initially instructed me to make arrangements for the dogs to travel to Australia in April 2015, it was Miss James, an Australian citizen, who assumed the primary responsibility for preparing the necessary travel-related paperwork to permit the dogs to travel with Miss Depp to Australia. However, prior to the trip, Mrs. Depp terminated Miss James's employment. Nevertheless, I was under the impression that prior to her termination, Miss James had arranged for all the necessary travel-related paperwork for the dogs to legally travel to Australia. Miss James never indicated otherwise. So basically, it was assumed by him that the previous assistant had put in all the paperwork. That's what happens when no one actually double checks anything. He added, per the household policy, Mr. and Mrs. Depp would not have travelled with the dogs to Australia if they didn't believe all the necessary travel-related paperwork had been completed and approved. In his second witness statement for the proceedings, Mr. Murphy's declaration contained in the statements were not entirely true. He says that it was untrue that Miss James had responsibility for the paperwork and had not completed it, and that this was the reason why Miss Heard travelled with the dogs to Australia without the necessary paperwork. He then added, the true position is that I was responsible for the paperwork, which I could not obtain in time, and that Amber was fully aware of this in advance of travelling to Australia with the dogs. Mr. Murphy went on to say that Amber was aware of the difficulties regarding the dog's paperwork. There were a bunch of emails between him and Amber between the 28th of March 2015 and the 1st of April 2015. And then on the 31st of March, he emailed Amber to ask whether or not he should discontinue the travel paperwork process. He said that he had said earlier that the dogs would not be allowed to fly commercial in the passenger compartment to Australia, and he had asked whether or not Miss Heard would be content for them to fly as cargo. And yes, and she basically sent him back an email saying, yeah, presumably to discontinue the travel paper process, unless there's another way to get them there or to get them on the plane with Jay. I can't send them in cargo. It's too dangerous. So even at this point, she was saying, yeah, fine, they can ride in the plane with me. Mr. Murphy said that he made his untrue statement for the Australian proceedings because of pressure that Amber had put him under, quoting, well, I want your help on this. I wouldn't want you to have a problem with your job. Mr. Murphy says that he was relieved when the Australian proceedings were settled without him having to go to Australia to give false evidence in accordance with his witness statement. I would be relieved for that as well. I'm not so sure she's the sort of person I'd be happy to actually commit perjury under oath for. I mean, a written statement's one thing, but Maggie, it's actually that's actually in dispute as to whether or not Johnny was on the plane or not. It may have been that he was in New York at one point in order to like overnight or something. I mean, either way, it all happened about a month after his hand. So he certainly wasn't. I don't think he was back on the job filming Pirates at that stage. Anyway. What else we got? It's not the first time she passed the buck getting someone else to do a dirty work for her. Yep. How this judge thought she was credible blows my mind. Facepalm. Of course, he felt he was involved. It was his wife. Yep. AH herself lied on the government form. That's solely her and her signature. Yeah, look, I'm trying to get a hold of a copy of the what do you call it? The Australian judgment as well, because it was a smaller criminal matter. You actually have to obtain it from the registry itself. It's not published online. But I think there was also the chance that if Johnny had been on the plane, he'd actually written it out that it was that they weren't there too, but that she took it because she was worried about him having visa issues. Can the felony charges be reinstated in Australia? No, and that's why the perjury charges are looking so much more likely, is because the government's pissed off, basically. They, on the basis of the lies that she made, they reduced 2 very significant, serious charges. So when she brought Pistol and Boo in, each charge that she had, so she faced 3 charges, okay? So there was importation of Pistol, importation of Boo, lying on the customs form. The customs form is a 10 grand fine plus up to a year in prison. Each count of bringing in one of the dogs, 10 years in prison, $100,000 fine. So in total, 20 years, $200,000 worth of fines. They went away based on Kevin Murphy's witness statement, the video that Amber and Johnny did saying that Australia is gorgeous and whatever. Excuse me. And that, you know, they were contrite and all this sort of stuff. And it was all complete BS. I mean, they treated it as such a joke afterwards. And if you can't tell, this particular subject does get me riled up. Sorry. But yes, the point is, because it already went through the courts and there was a finding, the charges were dismissed. So the doctrine of what's called res judicata applies, double jeopardy. You can't be retried for the same issues. Oh, heaven forbids anyone take responsibility for getting their own dogs into another country legally. Good grief. Yep. Back for part 2. Thank you for doing this. Yeah, no, happy to. And look, I started earlier tonight, so I might actually get through more of it than... although I did spend 40 minutes going through other things, so sorry about that. That video apology was a disgrace. Yes. You want to see my reaction to that? Go and look at Joe's Gone Girl video. I had him and Farron sit through it, basically, and they laughed their asses off. I don't blame the government for being pissed off. She blatantly disregarded yours. I'm sorry, Atlanta. Yeah, no, it's fine. Rules and regulations. I hope they follow through with this. Honestly, so do I. I really, really do. Where are we? Yeah, so he actually went so far as to instruct a law firm in Los Angeles to seek advice in retracting his declaration in the Australian proceedings. Through the Los Angeles law firm, he then retained an Australian barrister on the 14th of July 2016 for specialist advice concerning his potential criminal liability for lying in the witness statement. He sought advice as to the implications in Australia arising from the false statement provided in the statutory declaration tendered in the criminal proceedings. The prospect of avoiding prosecution by making disclosure as to its falsity of such statements and the steps that I would need to take to make such a voluntary disclosure. I very much wanted to understand the process and to explain the pressure that I had been under to sign such a statement that Amber knew to be false. Now, here is where where are we? Were the dogs stopped at immigration customs? No, they weren't, and that's the other reason that so many people were so pissed off about it, because she lied on the form. No one actually checked that there was anything wrong. I'm assuming that they must have. I mean, the dogs are like this big, so I'm assuming they were hidden in the handbag or something. They were at a property in Queensland for almost a month before anyone knew. It was only because someone had arranged for Pistol and Boo to go to a dog groomer and get a clip and a shampoo and whatever. And with permission from Amber and Johnny, they posted a picture of them online. From there, it got picked up by the customs officials, and I think it was the next day or a couple of days after, customs officers showed up at the Airbnb place to check, and the dogs were put into quarantine. And they were then given the 72 hours to have them sent back to America. So, I mean, as bad as it sounds, like they probably didn't, but obviously they didn't. But if either of those dogs had been carrying rabies or overseas ticks that carried various types of diseases that we don't have here in Australia, those diseases could have been out in the Australian environment for a month and no one would have known. So... Yep. So basically, this is what Amber supposedly said in response to that. That Johnny wanted Pistol and Boo to come to Australia in April 2015. He knew that they were on the plane with him and Amber. Yeah, see, this is where I was saying that he was on the plane with her. It was not true, as Mr. Murphy had said, that he wanted the dogs to remain in Los Angeles. She said that it was Johnny's staff that were responsible for arranging the paperwork, including for the dogs. Excuse me. That Johnny filled out the same form as had Amber on entry into Australia at Brisbane. That Johnny was anxious that he should not be held personally responsible for importing the dogs because of the implications which it might have for his ability in the future to obtain a visa for Australia. Yeah, well, I mean, given how much of pirates and that sort of thing were filmed down here, I can understand why I'd be concerned about that. She pled guilty to the charge of knowingly making a false declaration. It was not true that she asked Kate James or Kevin Murphy to lie for her. Really? There's an email that specifies that you were going to, though. In any event, it would make no sense because of her plea of guilty, which you only made to get rid of the two higher charges. It was untrue that she had threatened Mr. Murphy with the loss of his job. There's no way in hell that she didn't, in my opinion. If he did not make a false statement for the Australian proceedings. Mr. Depp's lawyer was always his lawyer, and he and Mr. Depp called the shots. In her evidence, she was asked whether she agreed that she had been told she could not take the dogs into Australia. She said that she had been told many things and that it had been confusing. Her experience had been that if Mr. Depp wanted something to happen, it could happen. And after all this, the judge concludes, I do not accept that Amber sought to pressure Mr. Murphy into making a false statement for the Australian proceedings. Although there had been email correspondence between the parties regarding the difficulties taking the dogs into Australia, the last in that chain had been on the 1st of April, some 20 days before the flight to Australia. I accept the evidence of Miss Heard that the journey to Australia was essentially for Mr. Depp's benefit. His staff were responsible for making the travel arrangements. She herself was in Los Angeles for only a short time before the plane took off with her, Mr. Depp, and the dogs. In those circumstances, I accept her evidence that she believed whatever difficulties there might be had been overcome. I do not accept Mr. Sherborne's submission, that's the barrister, submission that it was apparent from Miss Heard's cross-examination on the topic that she did know that the difficulties remained unresolved. On his own account, Mr. Murphy was prepared to give false evidence in the Australian court. That is not an encouraging starting point for the submission that his evidence is now to be believed. So she talks about in an email trying to get him to make a false allegation. Make up a false document. But that's okay. The fact that he admitted that he made it, yeah, sure, that means that he's so much worse. Jesus Christ. Excuse me. Sorry, that may upset some people. Mr. Murphy says that he was pressured by Amber into making a false statement. However, he felt able to refuse to ask Kate James to make a statement. Yeah, that's slightly different, though. You can't... It's a certain extra step to actually have to try and implicate a third party than to be forced to do something yourself. I can understand how he might have actually done that. Mr. Murphy was an enthusiastic supporter of Mr. Depp, saying that I'll always have your back anytime, anywhere. Continued relentless exposure of the fraud and the scammer bandits is key. I do not accept that it is not sufficient for Amber to refer to her plea of guilty to the single charge. Mr. Murphy's statement in the Australian proceedings was dated the 13th of October. The magistrate, the one time he refers to her as a magistrate, said that it was on the 3rd of November 2015 that Amber had indicated a willingness to plead guilty to the charge if the other two were discontinued. Mr. Murphy's evidence that the Australian court, together with the affidavit of Miss Heard, were plainly material to the magistrate taking the lenient course that she did. Evidence. Yep. The letter from the Los Angeles law firm of attorneys is bland and tells me nothing of the advice which they gave Mr. Murphy. Such advice would, of course, be privileged, but at least as far as the present proceedings are concerned, such privilege could be waived. Yes, he'd just then need to make a privileged document public, in which case then he himself would be open for the for perjury charges and miscarriage of justice and all sorts of things. Not that him testifying in the UK court wouldn't necessarily do the same thing, but I think that if you have a letter of advice from a lawyer that specifies here's what you said, here's your way around it, it's just slightly more damaging to you, I think. All right. Allegation that Miss Heard tried to grease a vet to procure the necessary travel documentation for the dogs. Miss Kate James exhibited to her witness statement an email which she received from Amber dated the 21st of September 2013, which said, "Can you maybe help Kevin procure a slightly altered health doc that has their shots recorded as 2 days before so they can all leave together on the 25th? Do we have a vet that we could grease? Connection." So there's been a few, so I'm just going to go back. Arriva Martin didn't watch the trial. More vapid nonsense from the mainstream media. They think we're all thick children who need to be spoon-fed. They're such egotistical fools. Yes. How is it not true? This was the first biggest form of bias I ever saw while reading this. She pled guilty, so she is forgiven. I feel like being a judge, this would be a big no-no. Mm-hmm. She put JD and others' careers in jeopardy due to this fiasco. Yeah, absolutely she did. This is just mind-blowing. Fair enough. Are there no dogs that could be rented, borrowed in Australia? I would think that if they'd wanted dogs, they could have procured some here. I mean, I can certainly think of a yellow Labrador that they could have borrowed. Yeah, it was just, from what I can gather, it was that she wanted the dogs to travel with her. She didn't care about the paperwork. And I mean, look, for anyone that hasn't seen it, I do talk more in depth and go into the legislation and everything about what happened in 2015 with the dogs. That's in a video called Famously Above the Law. It's about the last 20 minutes to a half hour of that video. If you're interested, feel free to go and have a look. But yeah, it's just mind-boggling that some people think they're that far above the law. Is this guy still a magistrate? No, surprisingly, as soon as he gave this judgment, he retired. I'm unsure whether or not it was a forceful retirement or if he was asked. I'm unsure if he was asked to retire or if he genuinely did it. But my understanding is that there is some implications that there was some unethical behavior. That's just my opinion from what I've understood and read online. I understand that his wife was good friends with Elaine of all people. And I think his son actually also worked for the tabloid newspaper itself. So that it's ridiculous. These emails are incredible. She, AH, is so incredibly clueless about the why and how to do the right thing in any situation. Clueless that other people have morals and ethics. Yep. And I'd like to point out, Elaine's going on TV at the moment, going on and on about how there's so much evidence that was suppressed and all that sort of thing. Could you imagine what would have happened if these particular emails had gotten in? But anyway. Maybe the payment helped him retire. Just kidding, maybe. Oh, I thought the Sun story was for the UK case. Yeah, this is the UK case. That's what I'm talking about. So this is John C. Depp II versus News Group newspapers and another on the Queen's Bench, 2nd of November 2020. So yeah, the judge that presided over this. So there was no jury. He himself was the finder of fact and law. He apparently has links to a number of additional parties in this. There were some very questionable decisions in this judgment. And whee! Would have been fantastic to have seen his emails in court. Yep. The growth in number and seriousness of the allegations of the domestic violence by Ms. Heard. Johnny observes that the incidents of the alleged violence by Mr. Depp have grown in number and seriousness. Now, he basically... So Johnny put forward an argument that Amber's allegations started off few in number, were relatively less serious, and then they sort of expanded and got worse. And I can understand why the judge may have seen fit to ignore that, because it's altogether possible in DV cases for that to happen. But basically, excuse me, Amber pretty much said, well, my lawyer said that I only needed to come up with one in order to get the TRO and that sort of thing. During the entirety of our relationship, Johnny has been verbally and physically abusive to me. I endured excessive emotional, verbal abuse from Johnny, which has included angry, hostile, and humiliating and threatening assaults to me whenever I questioned his authority or disagreed with him. There had been several incidents prior of domestic violence with Johnny. In particular, there was one severe incident in December 2015 when I truly feared my life was in danger. Further in her evidence, Amber said that she had been told by her California divorce lawyer that three incidences were sufficient. While it is the case that Miss Heard did not waive her privilege and I had no evidence from the lawyer to this effect, it is consistent with the other parts of the declaration which I had already quoted. For anyone that's joining us today from without having seen the first part of this as well, just so you're aware, Johnny had to provide all sorts of documentation and everything to the UK court that was actually to be used as part of his evidence in the Virginia case as well. Amber, because she wasn't a party, was not required to hand over any information, any documents to the court that could be used as evidence. Johnny made an application for her to be forced to do that. The judge outright refused it. Amber's enthusiasm to meet with him despite the restraining order. He basically... I don't think I even highlighted it. Oh, yes, I did. Hang on. In my view, Miss Heard could still have wished to meet with Mr. Depp because of her past or present affection for him, or one side of his character, even if on other occasions he or a different side of his character had terrified her. Mr. Depp's answer that Mr. Carino had been present for the 1st of July meeting left an ambiguity as to which meetings or meeting in July Mr. Carino had not been present. So basically... what was I going to say? Yeah, because Mr. Carino was the one that attended because that was the agent. So he was the one that brokered the meeting while the TRO was in place. And because of the wording in Johnny's testimony, the judge actually took it that maybe there had been multiple occasions where there'd been meetings and that he couldn't rule that out. I'm like, what the hell? I'm not even sure that Amber put that forward as part of her evidence. That might have been usefully explored, but though by that stage in her cross-examination, Miss Wass was under considerable time pressure. In any event, even if a third party was not present for every meeting between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in July 2016, my view remains the same. It does not assist me in deciding whether or not Miss Heard is to be believed in her allegations that Mr. Depp assaulted her. UK trial judge Nicol disregarded every piece of evidence that was against AH and took AH's statements as truth. Denied JD many motions and prevented evidence to be brought in, corruption in the highest form. Given that he was still technically a judicial officer, I can't comment on that. But it would be my opinion as to whether or not there was potential corruption would seem like it may, on the balance of probabilities and the preponderance of the evidence, to be a possibility. Or it could just be that he was completely biased against JD. We will never know. So the AH team knew all of JD's evidence before the US trial and they lost. Lol. Yep. Now, isn't that the most batshit crazy or irrational response a judge could say? It gets worse or better, depending on your preference for it. Ms. Heard's admission to violence in recorded conversations contrasted with her evidence in which she denied being the violent party. In her witness statements and in her evidence, Amber maintained that it had always been Johnny who had been the aggressor. She said that the only occasion in which she had hit him back had been in the course of Incident 9, the staircase incident, when in defense of herself and her sister Whitney, she had struck Mr. Depp. Johnny argued that this was inconsistent with admissions that she made in various conversations with Johnny in which she admitted to being the violent party, including in one recording as to argument 2, where Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had the following exchange. Johnny, it's not true. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and whatever the fucking else at me. That's different. That's one. Does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans at you does not mean you can come and knock on the door. Vases and fucking... Just because there's vases doesn't mean you come back and knock on the door. Relationships should let you throw. I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and making them non sequiturs. You punched me. Hit you across the face, the force of this in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you, babe. You're not punched. Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched. Now, let's keep in mind, this was a recorded conversation that was included as evidence. And so basically the entire way through, she's been saying that, he'd always been the aggressor and the only time she'd hit him was when she was on the stairs, despite the fact that there's recorded evidence to the contrary. I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you that I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'll do everything to change. On a separate occasion, I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I didn't want you to go to fucking Coachella without fucking to me because I left you because you fucking haymakered me, man. You came around and started punching on me. I'm so sad. I love you so much. Love that he had to describe this, though. A haymaker is a particularly violent punch. Mr. Sherborne submitted that there was no hint in Miss Heard's response. In her evidence, Miss Heard said that she did sometimes throw pots and pans at Mr. Depp, but only to try and escape him as a means of self-defense. Show of hands. How many people keep pots and pans in the bedroom? She also said that at times in argument 2, she was being sarcastic. In my view, no great weight is to be put on the alleged admissions by Miss Heard to aggressive, violent behaviour. It is trite to say, but nonetheless true, that these conversations are quite different to evidence in court. A witness giving evidence in court does so under oath or affirmation to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Questioning can be controlled by the judge. Questions which are unclear can be rephrased. If a question is not answered, it can be pressed, subject to the court's control. And if it is still unanswered, may be the proper objection of a comment. None of these features applied to these conversations, which in any event, according to Miss Heard, had a purpose or purposes different from simply conveying truthful information. So despite the fact that it was a privately recorded conversation where they were speaking openly, she fully admits to hitting him. Oh no, we can't give any weight to it because she didn't provide that testimony in court. No great weight. Gosh, pots and pans is not being punched. Just because someone is under oath doesn't mean they tell the truth. She already lied about the Australia incident. Yep. Where are we? Just double check if I thought any of that was important enough to highlight. I don't think I actually went through any of that and highlighted it. Basically, to summarize, he more or less said that he didn't think Amber came up with the whole monster thing at all, and that Johnny must have perpetuated it himself. And that it was a, and a quote, Jekyll and Hyde character style. Which is fine because I can skip through there, which means, oh, look, we've made a whole 6 pages in 40 minutes. Yay! His adept record or non-record of violence. Basically, he goes on to say that neither party has any actual record of violence, except he went significantly more in-depth into... there were records of Johnny having committed violence, in that he went back to the 1989 issue where Johnny was arrested on a suspicion of assault. But there was not sufficient evidence that he was ever charged with an offence, let alone convicted of one. In 94, the incident in New York where a hotel room was damaged. In 98, he made a film based on the book by Hunter S. Thompson called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Apparently, Miss Barkin deposed as to part of the discovery in the Virginia libel process. Apparently, there was an incident in 1999 where he was having dinner with his partner, Vanessa Paradis, who was then pregnant. A group of about 14 to 15 paparazzi photographers tried to take the picture. He agreed that he picked up a piece of wood about 12 to 15 inches long and hit them with it. If my pregnant wife was sitting down having dinner and we were getting swarmed by over a dozen individuals trying to take our photo, I would probably react in a similar manner. I don't think that's unwarranted. Apparently, there was a claim arising out of an incident in 2018 where a member of the crew for City of Lies, Greg Rocky Brooks, brought a claim against Depp for allegedly assaulting him. Johnny contested the claim, saying that Mr. Brooks had behaved nastily and aggressively towards one of the extras who was an African-American woman. There had been verbal exchanges, but that he had not assaulted Mr. Brooks. The claim is ongoing. In my view, all of these incidents are of very limited value. Thank God for that. None led to a conviction. Many were of considerable vintage. That said, I was shown an exchange of texts between Mr. Depp, Miss Paradis, and possibly others, which said, I will bring some cash over and tip the bitch. Yeah, sloppy slut. Fucking ugly fat whore. Bring the cash and the whore for the idiot cow. Will do. I'll smack the ugly. Ooh, I get to try out my new things. Hang on. What is it? Control Shift. Did it work? I don't know if that worked. I apologize in advance if this is loud. Don't think it even worked. There it is. Did that work? Or did we hear any of it? Anyway, just playing around with new things. Fear to beard. That bot is really chasing after you today, mate. Never heard Amber say that. Okay, damn. I guess they're not working then. Never heard Amber say one time that you rate me. I promise all women will remind her. Jane, I actually read this entire document after seeing a pro-Amber supporter posted on Twitter. Said it was damning and showed JD wasn't innocent. Not sure we read the same thing. Yeah, well. Yeah, so basically he ignored the actual incidences where there may have been evidence of violence or injuries or anything. But he was happy to give some weight to the fact that he called her a sloppy slut. Johnny said that this was a joking exchange, although he struggled to explain the nature of the joke or why it was funny. Well, it probably would have been funny at the time. Elsewhere in his evidence, he described his sense of humor as niche. Mr. Depp did agree that the views he was expressing in the exchange were not those of a Southern gentleman as he aspired to be. Amber's record or non-record went on about why it may be of any relevance at all. Second, it was Mr. Depp's case that it was not he but Miss Heard who had been the violent party. She denied that this was so, but if his account was correct, that would reflect adversely on her credibility. We came back to the issue with Tasha Vennery. I'm just calling her Tasha Vennery. The occasion that happened in 2009 when Amber was arrested on suspicion that she had assaulted her partner. No charge followed the arrest. I had some further information about the circumstances that led to that course. On the 26th of October 2009, the King County prosecuting attorney in the Washington state wrote to the Seattle police. The prosecutor thanked the officer for the report, but said that no further action would be taken. In order to convict Amber of assault, the state would have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that she deliberately assaulted, name redacted, although the state does not have to prove that the injury resulted from the assault. The state would have to show that there was contact that was offensive to the victim. In this case, there was no signed statement from redacted name indicating that she was offended by Van Ree by grabbing her arm, not, open quote, nor that the contact caused her pain. In addition, due to the minimal nature of the assault and the fact that both victim and suspect are residents of California, we are declining to file charges at this time. Further, a letter on the 3rd of January 2012 gave another reason for the not prosecuting, which was that there had been a delay in reviewing the file and the 2-year period of limitation in the meantime had expired. So, if you're a celebrity, you can get them to delay it long enough that the statute of limitations expires. How the hell it's only got a 2-year statute of limitations? I have no idea. In November 2011, the entire record was deleted. Nonetheless, the arrest was referred to in the press shortly thereafter, after she filed for divorce from Johnny, and she was granted the temporary restraining order. That publicity, in turn, led to Tasha Van Ree to write to Jody Gottlieb, the other person who was ducking subpoenas like a Olympic gymnast. The publicist, in terms supportive of Miss Heard, Miss Van Ree also alleged that the arresting officers had been homophobic, which is hilarious given that the arresting officer herself was a lesbian. In my view, all that can be said of the incident is that no conviction took place. It seems that Amber took lawful and proper steps to delete the record of her arrest. Notwithstanding the allegation, Miss Van Ree remains supportive of Miss Heard. In consequence, this incident has little bearing on issues that I have to decide. In his closing submissions, Mr. Sherborne referred to a text from Johnny Depp to Malcolm Connolly, which stated, "Please get her out of this room now. She struck me about 10 times. I can't take it anymore." With the reply being, "Amber gone through, no problems. Are you okay? Do you need anything, mate? Anything I can do?" However, on the 5th of April 2016, 5th of April 2016 was not the date of any of the incidents. Ms. Heard was not asked about these texts in her evidence. While I have recognised that the parties were under time pressure, which could excuse some failures to put points to opposing witnesses, I regard this as in a different category. Without Ms. Heard having had the opportunity to comment on these texts, I consider that it would be unfair to her and the defendants to hold it against them. Vicky Key, just subbed, have seen you on other law channels. In Re the Monster, was watching old videos of JD in the 90s, which he re the monster, and it was not in the context AH would have you believe. I can honestly understand that. Hi there from Murray Bridge, South Australia. So glad I found an Aussie lawyer through LawTube. I've noticed that there's been a couple of Aussie lawyers in various chats, but at some point I thought it was just a good idea to take the plunge and see if I could take a crack at this. Buttercup Moo Cow. We got a Queenslander in the house. And Jean, yep. Just stopped in to see what you were referencing. We'll have to watch on replay. Have to go for now. Have a good night. You too. Where are we? There was evidence that Miss Heard could have a quick temper. Thus, for instance, Dr. Cornell Cowan, her psychotherapist, noted she has insight into her short temper and insecurities. She has no effective self-soothing techniques other than to engage JD in reassurances. I accept that the shortness of temper is not the same as recourse to violence. The bottom line, therefore, is that neither Mr. Depp or Miss Heard had any previous convictions for violence. I bear that in mind while considering the allegations that Mr. Depp was violent to Miss Heard, or indeed that she was violent to him. Okay, so now he goes through the 12 incidences and why he found what was important. I've highlighted the relevant bits. So the first one was a tattoo incident. So she made a joke about his Wino Forever tattoo. While Miss Heard had probably seen the tattoo many times before this incident in early 2013, that does not eliminate the possibility that a combination of factors, particularly Mr. Depp's consumption of alcohol and drugs, led him to react violently to a perceived slight by Miss Heard. I have already said that I accept that Mr. Heard did refer to the monster. That expression was not a figment of Miss Heard's imagination. I accept her evidence that Mr. Depp used the term to refer to that part of his personality when affected by drink and or drugs, that he would do things he would not otherwise do, and of which he might have no recollection afterwards. Seen in isolation, the evidence that Mr. Depp assaulted Miss Heard on this occasion might not be sufficient. However, taken with the evidence as a whole, I find that it did occur. So basically, he said that if this single incident was on its own, there's a good chance that it may not have happened. But because I've found that in the other 11 instances, I think this one happened too. The painting incident. So this is in relation to the painting that was from Tasha Van Ree that Amber had on her wall in her house. Going on about the Disco Bloodbath book. In a witness statement dated the 26th of June 2020, Amber said, on the 10th of March 2013, I told Kate about Johnny hitting me after being upset about Tasha. The day after the painting incident, I sent a text to Kate telling her there was a lot of drama last night and I'd tell her about it later. Excuse me. In relation to this incident, the defendants also relied on the evidence of Whitney Henriquez, Miss Heard's sister. Although she did not claim to have seen the assault on her sister, she too said in her statement that there had been an incident where Mr. Depp had been drinking heavily and snorting cocaine. Here's that automatically assumes that you're going to turn violent and be beating on your significant other. Whitney also spoke of Mr. Depp scratching out Miss Van Ree's signature on the painting and replacing it with Tasha Van P. In her witness statement, she too dated the defacement of the painting, the difficulty of getting Mr. Depp to Keith Richards' filming, and seeing her sister's split lip as 8th of March. In evidence in chief, Miss Henriquez said A, that the incident when she saw her sister's split lip was later in March than the 8th, and B, that the painting on which Mr. Depp had altered the signature was a different painting to the one he had tried to burn, though it had also been by Miss Van Ree. Miss Henriquez said that in her evidence that her memory had merged into one, the two separate incidents regarding Miss Van Ree's paintings. So, on cross-examination, Whitney was asked about the exchange of messages with Johnny on the 11th of February, whereby she said, "By the way, you never responded to my other text. The Van P painting earned you 20 points in my books, Coronado. Subtle, eh? Made me laugh while I was doing it. Thanks, sweetheart. Can't stand that hovering fucking vulture. Fucking hovering vulture." It was put to Miss Henriquez and Miss Heard that they had altered the day of the alleged assault in Incident 2 because the photo that had been taken of Miss Heard, Keith Richards, and the others on the 21st of March 2013, and it had been seen that she had no injury on her face. They both denied that this was the reason for the new date of the assault. So basically, she made an allegation that he assaulted her over the painting. They actually, at the time, were doing a documentary on Keith Richards that Johnny was involved in. And yeah, so there was a photo that all of them took on the 21st of March, and it's very clear that there's no injuries to her face or anything like that. So she's basically said, "Oh no, this incident with the painting that happened after that date." You know, all of a sudden she's changing her story to say, "No, it took place after the fact." Mr. Depp agreed that the two paintings were the one that was altered and the one that was referred to as the Flamingos, and he agreed that the painting by Miss Van Ree had hung in Miss Heard's bedroom in Orange Avenue, where it had been since the beginning of their relationship. Mr. Depp was shown a photo which Miss Heard had taken of herself in the mirror, which appears to show the bruise on her arm. In the 6th witness statement, Miss Heard said of this photograph, "I took this photo of my injuries after a spate of attacks by Johnny in March 2013. Mr. Depp denied that he had caused the bruise. We never even got to see Picasso. Actually, I tell you what, it might leave that with me. I'll see if it's on the court website. It may well be as part of the evidence. See, and here's where things. So the metadata starts to become really interesting because she supplied dates for various photos and that the metadata does not match up with. So she supposedly took that photo, and then on that day, she sent a copy of the photograph by text to her mother under the heading "From 2 weeks ago today." If that is correct, it could not have been the bruise caused by Mr. Depp on the 22nd of March 2013. My findings in relation to Incident 2 are as follows. Mr. Depp was drinking whiskey on this occasion. That was the evidence of Miss Heard and Miss Henriquez. The photograph that I've referred to includes a large glass of what Mr. Depp agreed was whiskey. Of course, one cannot tell from the photograph what the drink was, but I accept Miss Heard did not drink spirits as opposed to wine. Mr. Depp said that he had fallen off the wagon by March 2013, and he did recall sitting drinking whiskey in the morning after a nasty argument which had occurred the previous evening. What do we got? Good Logic had a good statement about the picture. Why in the world would you bring a piece of art into your new home? I did hear that, and I did wholeheartedly agree with that. It's the same as what did they say? Who was it that said it? I think it might even have been a super chat. You know, it's the same as your ex's phone numbers and that sort of thing. Out in with the old garbage, out with the new garbage, or whatever it is. You don't hold on to things like that. It's actually, it reminds me of the what do you call it? The episode of How I Met Your Mother about all the various things in Ted's apartment that were from ex-girlfriends and that sort of thing, and Robin makes him get rid of all of it. But, you know, she's allowed to keep the dogs. Oh, spoiler alert if you haven't seen that show, by the way. Screw it. How old is it? We never get to see Picasso. No, she always changes her story. Yes, she seems to have been changing her story quite substantially. Wasn't that the bruise the time he was actually away? Yeah, so I think that's basically what they're saying. So she sent the photo to her parents saying that it was from 2 weeks ago, but the metadata said that it was from the day before. So, and I mean, this is the one where it's on her arm and it looks like she's walked into a doorknob or something. Or she's had someone like give her a Charlie horse in the shoulder. No wonder JD's team was practically foaming at the mouth to cross AH. These inconsistencies are blatantly obvious. Yep. Oh, that's when it came in. I really like this channel. We have to spread this far and wide and get you more views. Oh, thank you. I very much appreciate that. Hopefully it's like ASMR or something for the Aussies. I understand that there's quite a few people that enjoy the accent, but if you're happy just listening to me drone on and on about case law, I've got a whole raft of Aussie cases that I'm going to go through once I get through all this. Could keep it. Put it. What is it? 217. JD changing the signature to Van P on the painting, increase its value. Yeah, I'd pay some money for that. Could keep it, but put it away. I love How I Met Your Mother. Yay! All right, where are we? Yeah, so the thing with these incidents is he's fine. He finds on the facts, and basically he sort of, because, as I said before, he is both the finder of fact and the finder of law in relation to this. I feel like he has twisted certain parts of the facts to suit his predetermined finding of law, which unfortunately does mean that it makes it quite difficult to challenge on appeal, because if it's finding of fact that's been suited to twist to suit a finding of law, then he can't be said to have erred in applying the law. And it's why in such instances like this, judge alone trials are so dangerous. I don't mind them for commercial matters, because a lot of the time you want a specialist judge who has specialist knowledge and that sort of thing. In any case where there's such significant dispute over details and there's such a moral and ethical grey area, always want a jury, honestly. So 2, he admitted an event. Mr. Depp admitted eventually the box marked property of JD was his and that it contained cocaine. Ms. Henriquez explained that the cylindrical object in the photograph was a tampon applicator which she had given to Mr. Depp for the purpose of snorting cocaine. I accept her evidence in this regard. Thus, I accept Ms. Henriquez that Mr. Depp had been drinking in the evening of the 21st, 22nd March. Although Mr. Depp did not recall taking cocaine on that occasion, I find that he had been taking cocaine as well, as he later admitted to this in his cross-examination. This also accords with a text from Miss Heard sent to Christy Dombrowski, which said he's another person when he's like this. He's fueled up on booze and coke. He finds something to jump on and then uses it as an excuse to dose himself up, which is where he is now, wasted. Yeah, got absolutely nothing to do with escapism or anything like that. As a result of consuming so much alcohol and cocaine, Mr. Depp was late for filming the Keith Richards documentary called Happy at Mr. Depp's property at Sweetser Avenue. Mr. Depp's evidence was that his presence was not necessary. That accords with a text which he sent to Stephen Judas at an uncertain time on the 22nd of March 2013, which said, "Go, goddammit, I am but a fly on the wall. Commence. There is nothing that I can add to whatever magic is already there. Go. You make whatever calls you need to make. I am on my way." But a contrary impression is given by the text exchanges between Miss Heard and Nathan Holmes, and between Miss Heard and Miss Dombrowski. She was not only his sister, but producer of the Keith Richards documentary, according to the script notes for the film. I conclude that Mr. Depp's presence at Sweetser Avenue was either required or desirable, but that he was unable to be there on time because of his consumption of alcohol and cocaine the night before. You see how he's making such broad and generalized determinations of what he believes happened? I mean, there's enough there that I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the 50.1% for more likely than not. Oh, but then he goes on to make the determination that Johnny was jealous of Tasha, which, yeah, look, given the paintings and the fact that he admitted it in his cross-examination, his views towards Miss Van Ree are also apparent from his text exchange with Whitney, in which he admitted to changing the signature to Van P. See how he's picking and choosing what evidence to actually accept in that regard, though? The fact that Miss Van Ree was a woman who had had a relationship with Miss Heard may have exacerbated his feelings towards her. I choose to read that as not having a homophobic tendency, but I'm just flagging that it may be there. I'm choosing not to go down that path, though. Shortly after this incident on the 9th of July 2013, he castigated her attitude towards him as that of a lesbian camp counselor. I also accept the evidence of Amber and Whitney that on a previous occasion, Johnny had tried to set fire to another of her paintings, the one referred to the flamingos. Miss Heard said that there had been minimal damage to the back of the painting. I accept the evidence of Whitney that in her original witness statement, she had merged the damage of the two paintings. I don't think he was jealous. I think he was insulted. Quite possibly. Keep all the rubbish, but not the good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To the judge, if he thought it was reasonable that JD was drinking and or doing drugs, he obviously engaged in DV. Yep, that's what it really comes across as. Where are we? On the 22nd of March, Amber wrote to her mum, "It's okay, mum, he's not being violent with me. He's just even raging in general, and the crazy mood swings and binges are really difficult for me to handle." Mr. Sherborne submitted that it was significant that Miss Heard had originally given a different date for Incident 2, and that she and her sister had been caught out in a lie which had led them to change their story and split Incident 2 into two separate incidents, 3 in the case of Miss Henriquez. He submitted that I should therefore conclude that there was no assault by Mr. Depp on Miss Heard, as she had alleged in Incident 2. It was mentioned in his closing submissions referred to other alterations in the detail of this incident. I was not persuaded by this submission. I accept Miss Heard's explanation for how she originally came to give the date of the 8th of March. She said that Mr. Depp had inflicted a number of assaults on her in March 2013. Only one is pleaded, but I accept that this is why in some respects Miss Heard's account was confused. I accept Miss Henriquez's explanation that she had merged the two different incidents regarding Miss Van Ree's paintings. So he's basically said, you know what, there was probably additional things that happened in March, so it's fine that she was confused as to the exact date, because there was probably one that actually did happen on the 8th of March. Hurry up. There was an allegation in Miss Heard's original statement that on the drive to Sweetser, Mr. Depp had held the dog pistol out of the window and joked about dropping her. It is not possible to conclude one way or another whether or not this happened, but it is immaterial to the substantive allegation that Mr. Depp had assaulted Miss Heard the night before. Overall, I conclude that Mr. Depp did assault Miss Heard, as she and the defendants have alleged in Incident 2. Hicksville incident took place in late May or early June 2013. On 11th of June 2013, Amber wrote an email to herself rather in the nature of a diary entry. He puts way too much emphasis on this. For anyone that watched Joe's Gone Girl thing or has actually seen Gone Girl, you'll understand why I'm taking journal articles with a grain of salt. I just don't know if I can do this anymore. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Half of you I love madly, the other half scares me. I can't take it. I can't take him. I wish I could, but I can't. The problem is I never really know / understand which one I'm dealing with until it's too late. The drinking assures me that I am dealing with the monster, the abused, the scared, insecure, violent little boy. I just can't tell where the line starts. Also, drugs seem to guarantee that I will be forced to deal with the monster as well. Once again, it's knowing what, how much, and when, which makes all the difference. Sometimes the hangover the morning after is just as bad as the full-on disco bloodbath I've come to expect. You live in a world of enablers. You cut out and resent, whether you realize it or not, everyone who isn't an enabler. and I can make a clear distinction as to who falls into that category with complete ease. I myself watch you pass out on the floor after drinking yourself sick one of these days. You cut yourself so badly you'll need stitches. When Mr. Depp was also asked about this email, he said that this was a hoax. He said that it was Amber building up a dossier as an insurance policy for later. I do not accept Mr. Depp's characterization of this and the other documentary evidence on which the defendants relied. This email was written in June 2013, so some 3 years before Mr. Depp and Miss Heard separated. That would have been a very long time for her to concoct a plot. While theoretically possible, I do not accept that this was the case. If only he knew what we knew now. All right. In his evidence, Johnny said that he could not recall the incident where he cut his hand, but this also fits with what Miss Heard said in June 2013 in her email. I find it more probable than not that Johnny cut his hand at the time when he was under the influence of drink or drugs, but was so oblivious because of his intoxication that he did not realize what he had done until shortly before his text to Mr. Judas. That also accords with what Amber said in her 11th of June email to herself. I myself watched you pass out cold on the floor after drinking yourself sick. Oh, Kathy's here. Kansas City in the house. Hello. She seems to have planned these actions over time. I agree with JD. Yeah, the more that I keep having read through this case and watched what's happened in the other trial, the more I actually come to understand it really does actually look like she has spent some significant time planning this out. But look, that's my personal opinion anyway. Where are we? And then he comes on to then he goes to the Paul Bettany text exchange on the 11th of June when Mr. Depp had a particularly striking exchange of text with his friends Paul Bettany. Let's burn Amber. Having thought it through, I don't think we should burn Amber. She's delightful company and easy on the eye. Plus, I'm not sure she's a witch. We could, of course, try the English course of action in these predicaments. We do a drowning test. Thoughts? Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead. My thoughts entirely. Let's be certain before we pronounce her a witch. Sorry, Gene, was that because of how I was reading it, or is it just because that's what he said? I mean, obviously, I'm going to try and be as accurate to the case as I can, but I'm happy to try and edit out some of the more dark stuff if it's going to make anybody uncomfortable. In the email to herself, which I've already quoted, Miss Heard commented that Mr. Depp surrounded himself with enablers, people whom he paid for instance to prevent your feet hitting the rock bottom, and who turned a blind eye when he passed out or vomited. As I comment later, it appears that this has been the case with many of the employees of Mr. Depp. Both Mr. Depp and Miss Heard agreed that there had been an argument at Hicksville between the two of them over the behavior of a woman called Kelly Sue. Mr. Depp said that he believed that she had taken MDMA and had begun to behave in a sexualized manner towards Miss Heard. When asked in cross-examination whether Miss Heard could not... When she was asked in cross-examination, Miss Heard could not object for herself if she thought Kelly Sue's behavior was inappropriate. Johnny, however, had said that he was being a gentleman. Right, when they got back to the trailer, just making sure there's nothing there that was any of any importance. I mean, keep in mind that it was almost 1 a.m. when I was reading through this last night. He agreed that in his anger he had punched an Art Deco fixture, a bathroom sconce. He denied that the trailer was as badly damaged or that there was mess everywhere. The following morning, he'd gone straight to the manager of the trailer park and apologized for damaging the light fixture. And then Miss Pennington says that Miss Heard reported to her the following morning that Mr. Depp had been in a rage and trashed the trailer. More or less just more evidence that everything that people seem to have seen or heard has basically come from Amber's mouth. The amount of planning that went into this was mind-boggling. It's actual pure evil. Long haul checkers. Yep. Kelly Sue worked at the trailer park and had a guitar. My findings in relation to Incident 3 are as follows. Mr. Depp had been angry with the attention in which Kelly Sue appeared to be paying attention to Miss Heard. He regarded Miss Heard as his girl, and her behaviour sparked his jealousy. Rather, as with his feelings towards Tasha Van Ray, the jealousy may have been aggravated rather than diminished because Kelly Sue was a woman. So it's basically implying that Johnny Depp's homophobic. Where are we? When Johnny and Amber retired to their trailer, their argument continued, which apparently Miss Sexton could hear. There was shouting and screaming. In the course of the argument, he caused significant damage to the trailer. Miss Sexton could see the damage was more than a broken light fixture that he admitted to damaging. I accept her evidence. The argument and the damage to the property are symptomatic of Mr. Depp's manner in which the monster side of his personality was dominant. Excuse me. Propensity evidence, anyone? I also accepted the evidence of Miss Heard that the other aspect of the monster was that Mr. Depp physically assaulted her as she described. I address another aspect of this incident in the confidential annex to this judgment, in which I do not accept the further allegation made by Miss Heard in relation to this incident. At least he actually pulled some punches there. I wonder if this judge would disregard Morgan Knight's testimony if he did come forward for this trial. About this too, saying he just wanted to get on Johnny's good side. Well, quite possibly. The plane journey from Boston to Los Angeles. In May 2014, the claimant was making a film in Boston. Amber was making a film called The Adderall Diaries in New York. One of the other actors in the film was James Franco. Mr. Franco was considerably younger than Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp had said that he could not understand why Miss Heard had agreed to appear in another film with Mr. Franco since, when they had been together in a previous film, she had accused Mr. Franco of making sexual advances to her. He said that she described Mr. Franco's behavior as creepy and rapey. Miss Heard had also expressed the wish to move away from parts which objectified her. Mr. Depp thought that this was inconsistent with her accepting another part in a film with James Franco. He agreed that Miss Heard might be concerned that he would become jealous of Mr. Franco. There is some other evidence that Amber was apprehensive of this. On the 10th of May, she sent an email to her assistant Kate James asking her to ensure that Johnny did not see the one-liner of her schedule. She was concerned that if he did, he would see the romantic nature of the scenes she was playing with Mr. Franco, and the claimant's jealousy would be further inflamed. 2 days before the plane journey, on the 22nd of May, Mr. Depp had his first consultation with Dr. Kipper, who recorded in his notes that Johnny is a 50-year-old male who has had a lifelong history of self-medicating behaviors, including multiple substances of abuse. These include alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants, open bracket, cocaine, close bracket. Impression, chronic substance abuse disorder. Plan, maintain current dosing of oxycodone and that'd be the one that I can't pronounce. Klonopin. Discussed the withdrawal of these two drugs once patient is back in Los Angeles. I would not recommend withdrawal until he completes his current work. Psychological counseling after he returns home from Boston, and his medications have been properly adjusted. Problem with the UK trial is that Amber is not subject to the trial. The Sun and their statements are. This really restricts where the judge can go as far as testimony. Look, if the judge had granted the third-party application to force her to disclose the documents, I think that the Sun trial would have been completely different. I very much do. The judge specifically made a decision to reject the application for her to have to provide her documents from the Virginia trial as well, and to use that as evidence in the trial. I very, very much believe it would be a very different trial if he'd been able to force her to provide that evidence. I amend my previous statement. Since JD was drinking and or doing drugs and was jealous, he obviously committed DV. Yep. Where are we? What else was of importance here? He's in the bathroom, moving slowly. Oh, yeah, and then he puts weight on the apologetic style of text messages. Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you, and for me, I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again, and I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will, for us both. I love you, and again, I am so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Hey! Mr. Irish is in the house. Kathy, heard some possible whispers of further investigations being made re mother. Interesting. Why would the judge reject? The trouble is, without seeing the transcripts, no idea. But given that the son made an application to force him to do so, and the judge allowed it, provided that Amber gave a release saying that she was happy for them to force him to, I wholeheartedly feel that is just blatant bias. Honestly, that's my opinion anyway. The judge in the UK was determined not to bring Amber in as a subject in the trial. I agree that the judge would have had a completely different judgment had the charging papers included Amber. Yep. Mr. Depp was asked why he'd apologised if he'd not acted badly. He said that he apologised because Miss Heard was unresponsive to him, and he was basically trying to placate her. The claimant said that he instructed Mrs. Yeah, so Johnny basically said that he instructed Judas to try and placate her. So Mr. Judas sent messages to her saying, hey, he's up, he's much better now, clearer, doesn't remember much, but we took him through all that happened. He's sorry, very sorry, and just wants to get better, which allows us to make him follow up on that promise. He's teary, he doesn't want to be a fuck-up anymore, his words. He's got bad indigestion this morning, but otherwise all right. He's gone back to bed for a sleep. He was appalled when I told him that he kicked you. He cried. It was disgusting, and he knows it. Mr. Judas denied that Mr. Depp had shouted obscenities at Miss Heard or that he had assaulted her. At most, he had playfully tapped her on the back or the bottom. My conclusions in regards to Incident 4 are as follows. Before and or after during the flight, Mr. Depp consumed substantial quantities of alcohol. He also took cocaine. Mr. Depp was jealous of Mr. Franco, who was much younger than Mr. Depp and closer to Miss Heard's age. Mr. Depp suspected that Mr. Franco and Miss Heard were having an affair. Amber denied that this was the case, but whether it was true or not was immaterial. It could not, and Mr. Depp did not suggest it could, justify any abuse of Miss Heard or what followed. As had happened previously when Mr. Depp became drunk or high on illegal drugs, he insulted Miss Heard and screamed obscenities at her. In his closing submissions, Mr. Sherborne submitted that Mr. Depp would not have done this in the presence of Mr. Judas, Mr. Jerry Judge, and the flight crew. However, I prefer the evidence of Mr. Depp's text to Mr. Bettany, in which, after recounting what he had consumed, he rhetorically said, "What do you get?" Mr. Depp's answer to that question was, "A fucking blackout, screaming obscenities, and any fuck who gets near." These verbal insults became, in the course of the flight, physical abuse, whatever the configuration of the furniture on the plane. Keeping in mind, we're talking about a plane that supposedly has unbolted down chairs that he was able to kick and push and move around, whatever. And that he managed to kick Miss Heard on the back or bottom, and that this was more than a playful tap, contrary to what he and Mr. Judas had said in their evidence. Mr. Sherborne submitted that Mr. Judas and Mr. Judge would not have allowed that to happen. I do not accept that submission. Their loyalty was to Mr. Depp first and foremost. Yeah, because even if someone else is paying you, you're going to stand by and let someone be assaulted. Just Rob has Laura and Lumber YouTube channel. Yeah, I know Rob. We've chatted. Amber's dad was on Johnny's side until Amber screwed things up, fighting over her Mustang being restored, and kept billing Johnny. Johnny got mad and refused to fund film Amber's he wanted to make. Okay. The judge failed to appreciate Johnny's hyperbolic way of writing. Yep. I feel like it would have been acceptable to ask AH to turn over her documents since she was the defendant's key witness, and it was stemmed from her statements that the son and JD stated AH was an abuser. Yes, and given that the whole point to using the truth defense rested on whether or not the son could prove that the allegations were substantially true or not, I think that it was definitely well within reason to force Amber to turn over her copies of the documents as well. Where are we? At some stage, because of his consumption of alcohol and drugs, Mr. Depp passed out. I do not accept that he simply chose to sleep in the toilet to get away from Miss Heard. Her account is that he passed out is more in keeping with Mr. Judas' text after they landed and Miss Heard disembarked, and that Mr. Depp could not leave immediately because he was ill. That his consumption of alcohol and drugs was also the reason he was ill when the plane arrived in Los Angeles. That Mr. Depp did not, as he said in the trial witness statement, remember the flight in detail. On the contrary, as he agreed in cross-examination, there were times when he blacked out. This also accords with the evidence of Mr. Judas. It was perhaps because of his patchy memory that he did not recall kicking Miss Heard until he was reminded of this by Mr. Judas. He was then tearful and apologetic. I do not accept his and Mr. Judas' explanation that Mr. Judas' text communicating this and Mr. Depp's text of apology were an insincere attempt to placate Miss Heard. I have reached my conclusions regarding this incident without relying on the tape played by Miss Wass. It was not sufficiently established by the evidence that this was a recording of the same flight. So let's be clear, that's the recording that Amber played in the Virginia trial as well, where it sounded like a wounded animal moaning and that sort of thing. So with all this bias going on, even this judge specifically said it was not sufficiently established that that audio was taken from that plane. Where are we? So in August 2014, Johnny went to his island in the Bahamas in order to try and rid himself of his addiction to Roxy's. Amber went with him, so too did his registered nurse, Debbie Lloyd, though Miss Lloyd stayed on a separate part of the island with the rest of the staff. There came a point which Dr. Kipper flew out to the Bahamas to assist Nurse Lloyd in helping Mr. Depp cope with the withdrawal symptoms. The defendants alleged that Miss Heard was physically assaulted by Mr. Depp while they were in the Bahamas. Mr. Depp said that Miss Heard behaved cruelly towards him at this time and withheld drugs from him that he was allowed or which were intended to contribute to his recovery process. He goes on to say that that detoxing is difficult and whatnot. However, there is no evidence that she did attempt to withhold from him any medication that he was supposed to have. Sure. Yes, it's Johnny's word, but you're taking Amber's word on a hell of a lot as well. Then there's the text that Johnny sent to Amber's mother. Text that Johnny sent through to... Amber sent through to Dr. Kipper. Issue has arisen again. He took the meds about 30 minutes ago, which seems to be a trend. As I reckon they haven't kicked in yet, all of a sudden he's flipping again, just started screaming. He was so mad he pushed me and I asked him to get out. I don't know what else to do. Sorry to keep at you guys. Mr. Depp said that he had been in no condition to push or attack Miss Heard in any way. He said that the text from Miss Heard could be explained as part of her insurance policy. My findings in relation to Incident 5 are as follows. The process of detoxification was extremely painful for Mr. Depp. His feelings towards Miss Heard vacillated wildly. Give me a break. It's almost midnight. At times, he was extremely fond of her and grateful to her. At other times, he imagined she was the cause of his pain and that her actions were increasing his torment. I say imagined because there is no evidence that Miss Heard was anything other than solicitous and following strictly the regimen prescribed by Nurse Lloyd and or Dr. Kipper. I find it more likely than not that Mr. Depp did push Miss Heard on at least one occasion, as reflected in her text of 17th of August. I am unable to conclude whether there was more than one assault. Yeah, sure, just because she sent it in a text message. Take it as gospel, why not? Come to the conclusion that Miss Roberts never saw Mr. Depp assault Miss Heard, and takes the matter no further. The staff, including Miss Roberts, lived in a different part of the island. In any event, Miss Heard's account is that she was generally assaulted by Mr. Depp only when no one else was present. That is a common feature of domestic abuse. Miss Heard acknowledged that she had made a mistake about the location of the door, which was splintered. That is a peripheral matter, and I do not find that it causes me to doubt her account of being assaulted by Mr. Depp. Oh yeah, there was something in there. Basically, she said that he hurt her and damaged a door, and yet the manager of the island found no door that was damaged. Everything was all spick and span. Good morning, Maud. She should not have been around him during the detox. Absolutely fucking not. If there were any implications that she was going to be detrimental to his mental health or well-being or anything like that, then she shouldn't have been anywhere near him. Absolutely. Just ridiculous. So, just the nurse. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, Dr. Kipper, obviously, maybe one of the security guys that could, if necessary, hold him down if he started flipping out. I mean, I've never seen actually someone go through withdrawal, so I don't know if that's a possibility or not. But anyway, it was Mr. Depp's evidence that Miss Heard was withholding drugs that he was supposed to have or allowed to have, although he said that she did not do this all the time, and at other times she was very helpful. Where are we? Los Angeles. Number 6, Los Angeles, December 2014. Amber says that the incident of violence took place shortly before 17th of December 2014. So no specific date there. She dates this from the text message in which Mr. Depp sent her on that date and which said, "It's away, I've let it go, went too far. I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for you're disappointed in me for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage, gotta lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares." Miss Heard herself could not recall the incident of violence herself. I just woke up when you made a remark, homophobes, JD. Was it your thought or just from what you were reading? No, I'm sorry. It's my opinion that the judge was making an implication that JD was homophobic, because he mentioned he's mentioned a couple of times throughout the judgment that the jealousy may have been additionally inflamed because the people that were involved in the situation were women, and that Amber had either been attracted to them or had previously been in a relationship with them, like Tasha or Tazia. I've really got to work out how you pronounce that. But no, I wasn't saying anything about him being a homophobe. I'm saying that was my possible interpretation of how the judgment had been written. Where are we? Yeah, in conclusion, I'm not persuaded that incident 6 constituted a physical assault. So that's one of the 2 out of the 14 that the judge decided did not happen. In his evidence, Mr. Depp said that they were traveling with his children. when was this? Tokyo, January 2015. While in a hotel, he supposedly shoved Miss Heard, slapped her, and grabbed her by the hair. In her witness statement, Amber said that Johnny was using pills and other drugs at the time, and he flew into a rage as alleged. He was screaming, she was crying, and in his evidence, Johnny said that they were traveling with his children. He denied that he would have taken cocaine or marijuana into Japan when the children were with him. He repeated his denial that he had assaulted Amber, especially with the children in adjoining rooms. If he again blamed his behavior on the monster, that was part of his effort to placate Miss Heard. It was what she liked to hear. Miss Heard agreed that they were in Tokyo for the premiere of one of Mr. Depp's films. She thought that the premiere took place about 2 days after the assault, which she wore a backless dress for the event, but that was because she had no injuries on her back, as she had checked obsessively in the mirror. So far as for Incident 7 is concerned, my conclusions are as follows. I have found that on other occasions, not long before Incident 7, Mr. Depp was adversely affected by drink and or drugs, whether prescription or controlled drugs. So he's not even actually saying that in this instance Johnny was on drink or drugs, but that around that time he may have been. So it's a pattern. I'm applying it to this. During those, because he previously found that during the times when he was on drink or drugs that he'd previously assaulted her. So he does it, and he goes on to say, I do not accept that the presence of his children would have inhibited Mr. Depp from doing so again. They were staying in another room. Nor do I find that the presence of his children would have prevented Mr. Depp from gaining access to controlled drugs. After all, a short time later, in February or March, Nathan Holmes was helping Mr. Depp to acquire controlled drugs in Australia. I conclude that Mr. Depp did assault Miss Heard, as she and the defendants have alleged in Incident 7. Where are we? March 2015. He was here in Australia filming Pirates of the Caribbean, in a gloomy state of mind about his work, which can be seen from a text message, which I don't see that has any sort of relevance. In the US, she said that he kneeled on her back at that point. It would be red. I would be red, or it would be red. I would be assuming that her back would be bloody bruised up if that was the case. Potentially was on drugs and jealous, but the judge was not putting weight on his kids next door. Makes it seem like he truly thinks JD is the worst of the worst. Yep. So completely ignoring anything that may be considered a mitigating factor. There's a chance that given that there's a chance that he was on drugs at the time or was drinking at the time, as far as I'm concerned, her allegation makes sense. So it's more likely to have happened than not, because this is what I've concluded happened in the past. So not only is he building it on his own arguments, he's building it up basically on Amber's word. Johnny admitted that when Amber arrived in Australia a few days later, he was unhappy with the production. This is the finger slicing incident. A house was rented for them in Queensland. They were to have the house to themselves. Mr. Depp said that the team of security guards was hired by the production company for him and Miss Heard. Johnny flew out on 11th of February with Nurse Debbie Lloyd and Mr. Judas. In advance of their arrival, Nathan Holmes, another assistant of Johnny's, had gone ahead to stock the fridge in the house that was being rented. If there was alcohol in the house, Mr. Depp said that it was of no interest to him. He denied that he had asked for it to be there. He said that he had been teetotal for about 18 months, though when reminded of the text to Paul Bettany, in which he said he thought he had consumed 2 bottles of champagne in May 2014 on the flight to Boston, he accepted that the period had not been longer than about 9 months. I've quoted the assaults which the defendants allege took place in Incident 8 in the RAD, which is the re-amended defense. A further allegation is made in the confidential schedule to the amended defense. I have quoted the claimant's reply. In the confidential schedule to the re-amended reply, he also denies a further allegation in the confidential schedule. I was shown a number of text messages between Mr. Holmes and Johnny. These were referred to as the Australian drug texts, which I previously mentioned. The claimant agreed that he had asked for Mr. Holmes to get illegal drugs. He said that they were for both him and Miss Heard. He wanted cocaine for himself, and the MDMA which he had asked for was for Amber. He said that MDMA did nothing for him, although his text on 4 October 2014 suggests otherwise. So too does Mr. Depp's text to Nathan Holmes on the 8th of March 2015. Miss Heard's evidence was that she had only ever taken MDMA ecstasy once with Mr. Depp, and that had been on a flight to Moscow. There had only been the one occasion where she had taken ecstasy and Mr. Depp had not been present. That had been at Coachella. She was asked about a note by Dr. Kipper, which appears to be part of an email or text in which Dr. Kipper said, "Also, I am confused. If you are convinced that all the problems between the two of you stem from his drug use, why would you have participated with mushrooms on the island during the wedding and ecstasy in Australia?" Right. This reads a bit like Dr. Hughes' testimony. Amber says, therefore, yeah, basically. Let's get Hayden over 2000. Yeah. Actually, where are we? Still. Okay, so that's not accurate yet. Is this saying Johnny was already in Australia? Yes. So this is before he came back with the dogs. So he's already in Australia filming Pirates of the Caribbean. She came over, and then this is the incident where his finger gets sliced. He then travels back to the US to have the surgery, and then about a month later they come back, and that's when there's the issue with the dogs. Oh, so now he doesn't take into consideration hearsay when it's AH's character. Yes. West case. Yep. Most of the evidence against JD is verbal from AH. Yeah, it's literally, it's her friends, it's people on her payroll, pretty much anyone and everything that she could get to say something about him. It was literally, Amber told me that he had done this. Amber told me that he had done that. Amber showed me that he had done this to her, or things along that line. It's just ridiculous. But I will point out as well. So just to clarify, in her witness statement, Amber basically said in the UK that she only did MDMA on one occasion, and yet then you've got Dr. Kipper contradicting that here, saying, well, why were you doing mushrooms and drugs at the wedding and all sorts of things? It's like, well, kind of caught her out there. Not that the judge gave a crap. Miss Heard denied that that Dr. Kipper's note was correct regarding ecstasy in Australia. The information in his message had not come from her. It must have come from Mr. Depp, who was Dr. Kipper's client or patient. Yeah, because it couldn't possibly have been reported to him by the nurse that had been organised through him, or something along those lines. Mr. Depp was asked what he was referring to as happy pills. He said that they were the pills that Dr. Kipper was prescribing. Xanax for his anxiety, and Adderall because he was not producing the required serotonin. He said he did not know that ecstasy was sometimes referred to as happy pills. He said that he had not directed the request through Nurse Lloyd because she was not on set the whole time. Oh, yeah. So basically, he's going on about some text messages that were going back and forth between Nathan Holmes and Johnny about getting some ecstasy pills and some MDMA for Amber. There is evidence that Mr. Holmes was also supplying Mr. Depp with cocaine at the time of this Australia. Okay, I'm not that tired. That doesn't. There is evidence that Mr. Holmes was also supplying Mr. Depp with cocaine at the time of this Australia. Okay, so long as is everyone else reading that? That's not just me. There is, for instance, his text of 25 February 2015 at 7:19 or 1:19 on the 25th of February in Queensland. On the 2nd of March, Mr. Holmes texted Mr. Depp, "There was 2G in that jar. Are you out? The guy only carries 2 a day and more tomorrow. He said it's because if he's caught with more than 2, it's 20 years in prison. I can try another guy and get one more for you when you pick Malcolm up. This was plainly a reference to illegal drugs measured in grams. No shit. The obvious inference is that Mr. Holmes was offering to supply cocaine. Prior to Miss Heard joining Mr. Depp in Australia, she was making a film called London Fields. One of the other actors was Billy Bob Thornton. Mr. Depp suspected that Miss Heard was having an affair with Billy Bob Thornton. Never thought I'd say this, but she could potentially do better. Goes on to say that Mr. Judas was a huge fan of Johnny Depp. I'm not going to read that entire text message, but it's basically gushing over how Judas supports and believes in Johnny. Judas confirmed that the text represented his true feelings at the time, and he was not alone in his loyalty. Nathan Holmes had the following exchange. I don't need you for that no more. I'm sorry you feel that way. No, you're not. Why? This is part of that is not part of the job description, and I'm telling you now, any of you guys start to lecture me, I just don't want to hear it. No stupid bullshit about sappy bollocks. I call my prescription medication my drugs. I have never done any illegal substances. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. This is all just back and forth about that. So Dr. Kipper flew out to Australia on the 5th of March. Some indication that trouble was brewing can be seen in a text in which Mr. Judas sent to Mr. Depp's sister Christy on the 7th of March. In cross-examination, Mr. Judas appeared to regard this text message as having been sent after Mr. Depp injured his finger, but that does not accord with the date and time of the text message, being 5:12 a.m. on the 7th of March. Even allowing for the time difference in Australia, the text is UTC +0, which for reasons I give below at paragraph 340, I take to be 3:12 local time. Mr. Judas wrote, Hi C, not sure how much of you are aware of it right now, but I'm at the house with Kipper and Debbie, who are speaking with JD and Amber respectively separately. Obviously, things have not calmed down over the last day or so. Apparently, he has been making calls to LA, but I am not aware of the particulars. The particulars there as well. There has been fighting between the two here, so Kipper is now talking to JD, hoping to get through to him and explain to him that this period needs to end now before we get into real trouble. I'll keep you posted on the outcome. The good news thus far is that JD did not cancel this meeting and that he is engaging in conversation. We'll see how that goes and we'll do whatever else we need to. Will you be uploading this live when you're finished? I've just tuned in one to watch the rest, but I know some don't upload the lives. Yeah, it should go straight onto the live. I think the whole point for me is that I use my lives as content. So this one and the previous one should be there. The previous one should already be there, I should say. Actually, I'm fairly confident it is. I think it's like been viewed about 900 times or something in the last day. But yes, this will definitely be up there and you can watch it from the start. So, in my house, John Courtney. What is that? Well, it's a smiling emoticon. I can't see what the hands are doing, so I don't actually know which one that is. But anyway, 3 hours later, Mr. Judas sent a further text message saying, well, conversations seem to be going well. JD is agreeing to all that Kipper is requesting him to do in order to turn himself around. Of course, we've heard that before, so we'll see. They are now sat with Amber as well, but look to be wrapping up soon, more shortly. Another indication on Miss Heard's... so basically, this came down to whether or not Amber was going to be willing to sign the post-nuptial agreement. Prior to her arrival in Australia, Johnny's American lawyers had been encouraging her to enter into the post-nuptial agreement. Amber had not agreed to this, by the time she arrived in Australia. Johnny said that Amber was angry at the suggestion. He exchanged texts with his sister Christy on the subject of Miss Heard's supposed resistance to signing the post-nuptial agreement. Another indication of her resistance to the agreement was an email which Dr. Kipper sent to Dr. Connell Cowan on the 27th of January. Amber and JD have been fighting non-stop since he confirmed his need for a prenup on the way to the airport. going to Japan to promote his movie. She tried to push up the date of the wedding to avoid all this, but the reality is he will need a prenup. If she fails to sign, they won't get married. Both behaved like super triple DD types, complete with thrown coffee, attempts by him to storm the cockpit, attempts by her to leave the plane while they were over the fucking ocean, etc. Excited, happy, I can watch this later. Oh yeah, fair enough. In her first witness statement, Ms. Heard denied that she had been unwilling to sign the prenup. Bullshit. She said that she had instructed a lawyer to draft one, but Mr. Heard had said that he did not want one and had threatened to rip up any draft. If that were the case, then why the hell would Johnny have instructed his lawyers to draft up a prenup or postnup before she came out? Because I know that came out in evidence in the Virginia trial. Neither Depp nor Heard waived privilege in relation to this matter, and I did not see any correspondence or statement from the lawyers themselves. She was not angry with him because she thought he was drinking to excess and taking drugs. It was not the case that he had a bag of ecstasy pills or that he had taken a handful of such pills to make a point that he could do as he pleased. He denied the accusations that he had been physically violent to Miss Heard, as the defendants alleged and as she had said in her statements. It was not the case that he had threatened to put out a cigarette on his own face. He was not off his face with drink and drugs. Miss Heard had not stormed upstairs or barricaded herself in her room. When she came down, he was not drinking Jack Daniels straight from the bottle, and Miss Heard had not tried to take the bottle from him. He had not broken a window in the house. He said he had possibly accused Miss Heard of having affairs, including with Billy Bob Thornton. It was plain that at some point in the argument, one of his fingers had been sliced off. He said that this had occurred when Amber had thrown a vodka bottle at him. He denied that he had cut his finger accidentally on a broken bottle or on a plastic wall-mounted telephone, which was broken. I return below to consider this evidence as to how this occurred. Mr. Depp also said that Miss Heard also put out a lit cigarette on his cheek. Hey, Sean. I was trying to come up with something half decent for it, but it was all I could come up with in the 15 minutes before I realized I'd be able to do this. The damage to Johnny's hand was serious and painful. The claimant denied that he had delayed seeking medical help. He did agree, however, that he had written the graffiti on the wall with his injured finger. At first, he used blood from his finger, then he dipped the injured finger into paint. There are in evidence photographs of some of the graffiti which the claimant drew. Part of it read, starring Billy Bob Thornton, Easy Amber. Johnny agreed that he did write that. He also wrote on the lampshade, good luck and be careful at the top. He agreed he had done so at the time when he was severely injured. It was put to Mr. Depp that he did not know what he was doing. He replied, however, I knew exactly what I was doing. Now, I should clarify, Amber in her evidence in this basically said he injured his finger and then waited 12 hours to seek medical attention for it. Trying to remember exactly where the hell that was, but it's probably coming up actually. Where are we? Malcolm Connolly was part of Mr. Depp's security team with him in Australia. He and most of the team were staying at an apartment block in Broadbeach. In his statement on the 25th of February 2020, Mr. Connolly recalled getting a call in the middle of the afternoon of the 8th of March from Jerry Judge to say that they were needed urgently to get to Mr. Depp. They sent text messages reporting their progress. The journey took about 40 minutes. I don't know how comfortable I'd be with having my security staff 40 minutes away. When they arrived, Mr. Depp was distraught but coherent. He did not appear drunk to Mr. Connolly, and he did not appear to have taken any drugs. Mr. Connolly said that Dr. Kipper was not present. Malcolm Connolly said that when he arrived, Mr. Depp was outside the house, and Mr. Depp said to him words to the effect of, look at my finger, she's cut my fucking finger off. She smashed my hand with a vodka bottle. He said that Johnny also told him that Amber had put out the cigarette on his cheek. He said he could see the mark on Johnny's face, and he agreed that Miss Heard was saying that Mr. Depp had burnt himself with a cigarette, although she did not say that in his presence. Mr. Connolly was shown a photograph of Mr. Depp lying in hospital. He identified the mark, which he referred to on the right side of Mr. Depp's face, which would be the same photo that we saw of Johnny laying in the hospital, where you could actually still see the burn mark on the right side of his face. I mean, I was watching that particular part of the testimony on my phone, and even I could see that. Mr. Connolly said that there were other... Oh, where are we? Mr. Connolly did not recall Mr. Depp coming out with a variety of explanations for the injury to his finger. On the way to the hospital, other explanations were discussed for how the injury could be said to have occurred. These included that it had happened when Mr. Depp was slicing onions. Mr. Connolly himself had suggested that they should say the finger had been injured in a folding door in the house. There was such a door in the house, though Mr. Connolly said it could not have been how the injury occurred because the door had a safety device. Mr. Connolly said that these other explanations were thought to protect the abuser, Miss Heard. Mr. Connolly had said that Dr. Kipper was not at the house at the same time as him. If he did arrive, Mr. Connolly said it must have been after he left. Mr. Connolly saw no scratches on Amber Heard's arms. She was with him for about 30 minutes, although he only saw her from a distance. He did not see any bruises on her. When help arrived, the record function of a mobile phone was left on, and as a result, there was a recording which lasted about 5 hours. 2 partial transcripts have been prepared. This is interesting because this was kept out because Jerry Judge had passed away. There was a 5-hour recording that included Jerry Judge and Ben King discussing the damage in the house and what had happened. At one point, according to the claimant's transcript, Jerry Judge, the head of security, and Ben King, the house manager, can be heard saying, "And honestly, he wrecked this place. I mean, wrecked. Windows broken. The TV, she did it. There was a cup thrown and it missed. There's been bottles thrown and she admits that she threw the first. She threw a bottle. Something first. She has scratches on her left arm, and I've seen those scratches before on a lot of people. As far as I'm concerned, they're self-inflicted. I'm convinced that it was self-inflicted. And she admitted that she hit him first. He has a small burn on the right side of his face, which she says, I've seen that yesterday. But she didn't say. She said on Friday he put a cigarette and burnt his own face with a cigarette. There's blood everywhere. These two are covered in blood, indiscernible, down in the bar. He drank everything in the past week, and within 2 hours he'd taken 10 ecstasy tablets. Not the time to talk about it. If someone keeps supplying him, he's going to OD on this. I'm not going to say that she did it or he did it. Something sink. But yesterday she is stone cold sober. She doesn't smell of booze. We need to get this house before anybody sees it. We need to get it cleaned up. Speaking of cleaning up, how much do we owe you? I would safely say we've lost the deposit on this one. Lost the deposit. Between you and me, I'm looking at 50 to 75K. That's what it's going to cost for this, carpets and all. Oh, easily, probably more. The floors will need redoing because it's paint, isn't it? It'll probably need complete sanding. What I'm more concerned about now is that if the owner sees the house, he'll kick us out and go to the newspapers. The TV, they tell me the TV is about 10, 15 grand on its own. There are 2 pictures here, standing very sexy, the same picture in a bikini with her hands on her breasts. And what did he do with one of them? He drew or painted a fake dick on her. And we're trying to keep a lid on this. One of the windows leading to the outside of the house has been broken. Found a bad word. Where's the bad word? Mr. Judas agreed that a lot of money had been spent to compensate the owners for the damage to the house, although he was not aware of the exact amount. At another point in the accidental recording, Miss Heard is talking with Jerry Judge and says that she called her sister. A woman's voice continued, "Yeah, I called and said I just need to come home." And she said, "Whatever you need, I love you, I'm here." In her evidence, Miss Heard said that she did not recall phoning her sister, though she did not dispute that she had said that on the day. In his evidence, Johnny said that he did not remember a window being broken. However, a photo exhibited to Ben King's second witness statement clearly shows a broken window. Mr. Depp said that Miss Heard had thrown 2 bottles at him, one of which had severed his finger. Mr. Depp said Miss Heard had been responsible for most of the damage. He said that she had been in tears and upset by the suggestion that she should enter into a postnuptial agreement. Nobody had come into their house because of the sound of breaking glass was hard to hear from the outside. Mr. Depp was asked about the defacement of the painting to which Mr. Judge had referred. He said he could have done it but could not remember it specifically. Hayden is just starting, and may I ask, what is the wrench for that you have Streamlabs? Don't bother trying to talk to them. It's a bot. It's the same sort of one that Kurt's got. It's just a bit of automated code to weed out various things. Mostly if anyone wants to try and call me a wanker. Oh, I really wish I hadn't just said that. Anyway. Where are we? Now, this is slightly concerning. Mr. Depp said that he recalled ripping a phone off the wall. That occurred after he had injured his finger. By then, Mr. Depp said he was suffering from trauma from his injury, as you would well expect. Part of the graffiti written on the mirror said, "Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe." Mr. Depp said that he believed this was a reference to the Carly Simon song, "You're So Vain." Mr. Depp said that he had not been responsible for writing that. It was not his handwriting. Where are we? I know I highlighted a bunch of... Dr. Kipper was in Australia by 8th of March. Mr. Depp sent him a text message that day which said, "Hi, fucked man, had another one. Just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done, no more." Constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, vindictive... But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading endless educational ranting is her hideous and purposefully hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love above all. Here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has been, I am. Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut off the top of my middle finger. What should I do except, of course, go to the hospital? I'm so very embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Mr. Depp had plainly damaged his finger by the time this was sent. The time of the text was recording is 1 a.m., but this is UTC. I consider that can take judicial notice of the facts that UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time and is effectively a successor to Greenwich Mean Time. Oh, God, that's all just boring BS. Basically, it meant that the text message was sent to Kipper at about 11 a.m. On 27th of September 2020, I indicated to the parties that I was minded to take judicial notice of these matters, but invited them to make observations on the issues. Miss Laws, on behalf of the claimant... Oh, no, that's just going back and forth about the... Oh, here we go. I knew there was comments and stuff that I made around here. Right. So Dr. Kipp addressed the wound to Depp's finger at about 3:30 p.m. Took Mr. Depp to the emergency room of the Gold Coast University Hospital, where he arrived at approximately 4:20 p.m. They were told that he sustained the injury after cutting it with a kitchen knife. The emergency room doctor noted that the injury was more proximately suggestive of a crushing mechanism. So even the ED doctor knew something was off at the time. He was also seen by Dr. Sawney on the 8th of March 2015, although he was using a pseudonym. He recorded on the file, unclear history of traumatic event and no witnesses. Patient under the influence and not coherent, nor sure of mechanism. Mr. Depp was due to discuss potential surgery procedures with Dr. Sawney the following day. In fact, the operation on his hand took place in California, not in Australia. The bone was pinned and a plaster cast was put in over it. I was shown a photograph of which the cast had pictures of little dinosaurs on it. Why he felt the need to comment on that, I will never know. Neither the hospital nor Dr. Sawney nor Dr. Kipper made any mention of a cigarette burn on Mr. Depp's cheek. Shortly after this, on the 15th of March, Dr. Kipper ceased to be Mr. Depp's doctor. In an email to Dr. Cowan on the same date, he explained that it was another night of broken promises to remain sober and compliant. It seems that Dr. Kipper resumed his professional relationship with Mr. Depp a short time later. Since 30th of May 2015, he wrote a letter to whom it may concern describing both Mr. Depp and Miss Heard as his patients. Amber was seeing her psychotherapist, Dr. Connell Cowan. While she was in Australia, she called him on the 8th of March. In his note on the conversation included the following: "They are fighting, relationship volatile and destructive to any sense of growing trust. Her coping skills seem minimal. Big event that turned angry. They are both volatile and she doesn't back down when confronted. I understand he badly injured his hand." When she was flying back to Los Angeles, she said to Ben King, "Have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it?" Where are we? Ben King said she had a couple of marks which looked like cuts in fairly uniform lines, sort of diagonal angle downwards. G'day. Thanks for dropping in. She provided a photo where the scars were still apparent. Okay. On the 12th of March, 2015, Chad Oman sent a text. Now, who's Mr. Oman? I may have skipped over that. Mr. Judas explained that Chad Oman was one of the executive producers of the film that Mr. Depp was making. Mr. Oman's text, which appears to be a press release, was sent to Mr. Judas. It began: "Pirates steer off course. Johnny Depp injured hand go-karting with Mick Doohan at Australian Motorbike Champions Luxury Estate, forcing Star to fly home." They were doing everything that they could to cover her. Mr. Judas agreed that the statement was complete rubbish. Mr. Judas said that Mr. Depp had told him that Miss Heard had been responsible for the injury to his finger. In her evidence, Amber had confirmed her account that Mr. Depp had a cigarette out on his own cheek. He had done that in her presence, and it appeared to be a deliberate act. He had said to her that he was already in pain. She said that Mr. Depp was under the influence of cocaine and MDMA at the time. She denied that she'd been responsible for any damage to the house. She said a window had been broken and she had been startled by a bird that had flown through the damaged pane. Remember what we were saying about adding in those extra details that don't actually make any difference or matter? There had apparently been blood on the carpet and on the floor, graffiti on the walls, mirrors and lampshades. A cushion appeared to have been set on fire. The carpet had been burned in the surrounding area. In various places there was food spread around. While this was being done, Mr. Depp seemed out of his mind. She denied that she'd been responsible for the injury to his finger. She was asked at what stage it had occurred, and she said that it was about 24 hours into his rage. She said that it was after he had held her up against the fridge. So we're back to the fridge again. According to her evidence, he said that she had ruined his life. He said that he wished he had never met her. He threatened to slice up her face. She said that she pushed or punched him to get away or in defense of herself. She was asked how Mr. Depp did injure his finger. She said he had punched a wall a few times. There was a wall-mounted phone. He had picked up the phone and repeatedly punched the phone. The phone disappeared. Magic phone just disappears when you punch it. She did not know at the time what had caused the injury to the finger, but she believed that it may have been the contact with the phone. She also said that there had been a substantial delay between hurting his finger and help arriving. She estimated this at about 12 hours. Christina Sexton had said that she met Amber shortly after her return from Australia in 2015. Miss Heard had said that it had been a horrible time, and Miss Heard had said that Depp had gone on a bender and they had been fighting the entire time. Miss Sexton said it was in 2016, a few days after Miss Heard had filed for divorce, that she had spoken about the physical violence which Mr. Depp had subjected her to during this trip to Australia. Again, this is all just AH told me, so it must be true. Where are we? She said that he tried to strangle her and attacked her with bottles, throwing bottles at her and breaking bottles up against the wall. Miss Sexton gives further evidence about Miss Heard's account of Mr. Depp's attacks in the confidential part of her witness statement. In her deposition for the Virginia libel proceedings on 18 December 2019, Miss Sexton said that she had understood from Miss Heard that Mr. Depp had accidentally cut his finger on glass from a broken bottle. So not only is Amber changing up her story, so, first it was a phone, now it's broken glass, then we're back to the broken phone. But anyway, Whitney saw her when she returned from LA and relayed to her the headline terms of what had happened. She sobbed, telling me about the fight and what had happened. She was not hiding the abuse from me at this point. I saw her injuries, saw there was no hiding it. Her lip was swollen and busted up a bit, and she also had these horrible cuts on her arms like gashes. Then she told me that the cuts on her arms were from the broken glass that was from him throwing bottles and smashing glasses all over the place. I don't know about you, but if there's broken glass, I would highly expect that they're not going to be in straight lines going diagonally on the arm. In her witness statement, Rocky Pennington said that Miss Heard visited her after her return from Australia. She could see the gashes on the arms from her wrists to her elbows. In cross-examination, Miss Pennington said that one of the arms was cut worse than the other. Miss Heard had told Miss Pennington that the soles of her feet were also cut. Miss Heard had said that Mr. Depp had thrown a bottle at her, that there had been broken glass all over the ground, which was how she had cut her feet. Miss Pennington had also said that Miss Heard had told her that Mr. Depp had ripped off her nightgown as part of the assault. Miss Pennington said that Mr. Depp had never suggested that Miss Heard had been responsible for the injury to his finger. In his evidence, Mr. Judas agreed that the story of Mr. Depp injuring his hand could have been a public relations disaster. It was not the image which Depp's team wanted to be associated with. That chimes with a text sent to Mr. Judas from an unidentified sender, which basically just says, just make sure you say you aren't sure how he hurt his hand. My conclusions on Incident 8 are as follows. Mr. Depp was jealous of Billy Bob Thornton and believed that he and Miss Heard were having an affair. Miss Heard had come out to Australia after filming London Fields, in which Billy Bob Thornton also starred. Mr. Depp's belief that Miss Heard and Mr. Thornton were having an affair is an obvious inference from the graffiti which Mr. Depp scrawled on one of the mirrors. It also fits with his reactions to James Franco and Tassia Van Ray. The sexual element of his ill temper is also apparent from what Mr. Judge observed about the pornographic defacement of a picture. Because it couldn't just be that he wanted to draw a dick on something. It's not like grown men just randomly draw cock and balls on things. Not that I'd know anything about that. Although, if you want to see someone go and do it, go and watch QI and you can see Alan Davis do it fairly frequently. Where are we? Rightly or wrongly, Mr. Depp also believed that Miss Heard was resistant to a post-nuptial agreement that added to his anger. A further cause of his stress was his dissatisfaction or concern about the Pirates of the Caribbean series and with what he saw as his legacy as shown by his text to Stephen Judas. Mr. Depp did what he often did when subjected to stress. He drank alcohol excessively and used controlled drugs. I do not accept his evidence that the alcohol with which Nathan Holmes had stocked the fridge was only for visitors or Miss Heard, nor do I accept that Mr. Depp remained sober until he and Miss Heard argued on the night of the 7th/8th of March. Nathan Holmes was available to supply him with cocaine and MDMA, and he provided Mr. Depp with both. There are two post-injury events which point in the same direction. The first is the first text which Mr. Depp sent after texting Dr. Kipper. This was to Nathan Holmes, asking Mr. Holmes to supply more whitey, obviously cocaine, and E, obviously ecstasy. The second post-injury event is that Dr. Kipper terminated his professional relationship with Mr. Depp because of his continued broken promises to remain sober and compliant. I recognise that allowance must be made for the injury itself to be a contributing cause. However, there is ample evidence of Mr. Depp's excessive drinking and use of controlled drugs before he injured his finger, so that the two events cannot simply be attributed to the injury itself. I do not accept that the MDMA was for Miss Heard. I accept her evidence that she only rarely used MDMA. Bullshit, in my opinion. Always got to preface it, just in case. Don't want to get sued. And neither she nor anyone on her behalf asked Nathan Holmes to acquire it for her in Australia. I reject Mr. Depp's evidence that he was looking to Nathan Holmes to supply him with. Debbie Lloyd was with him, and it would make no sense at all for Nathan Holmes to prescription drugs rather than she. I accept Miss Heard's evidence that she was angered or concerned by Mr. Depp's excessive drinking and consumption of controlled drugs. Her father had been an alcoholic and physically abused her mother as a result. I accept her evidence that she feared Mr. Depp was set on the same path. By the time of Incident 8, I have found that she herself had been the victim of Mr. Depp's violence. That would have been a further cause of her concern. I accept that Miss Heard's anger or concern at Mr. Depp's consumption of alcohol and drugs led to her to remonstrate with him. I accept that she would have been alarmed that this was another manifestation of the monster side of his character. Her remonstration would have added further fuel to his rage. Mr. Depp did not take kindly to what he perceived as others lecturing him, as can be seen, for instance, from his exchange of texts with Mr. Holmes on the 2nd of March. Nor was Miss Heard immune from this reaction because she was not one of his employees, as was apparent from the text in which he sent to his sister on the 20th of October 2013, and from his characterization of her as a lesbian camp counselor. In his evidence, Mr. Depp said, in the context of his exchange of texts, I was resentful of the fact that Miss Heard was very aggressive and quite insulting about my use of alcohol, or if cocaine came into the picture. She did not like Mr. Bettany, and I'm afraid she did not really like me that much either. She was constantly harping on the things that did not even exist. At another point in his cross-examination, he commented that he was twice the age of Miss Heard and her lectures were not appropriate. A very considerable amount of damage was done to the Queensland house. That is apparent from the accidental recorded conversation of Mr. Judge and others, though their estimate of the cost of repairs may not be reliable, and the evidence of Mr. King, who was the house manager for the trip and who had to make a return visit to continue the cleanup operation. It does not appear that the damage included urine. I accept the evidence of Mr. King to this effect. Because at one point she said that Amber said that Johnny pissed all over the house. And Ben King basically said that's complete and utter bullshit. There was no smell of urine anywhere, inside the house, outside the house, anywhere. I do not accept Mr. Depp's evidence that it was Miss Heard who caused the damage, or at least the great majority of the damage. It was he who had drunk excessively, not she, in your opinion, Your Honour. It was he, not she, who had arranged for Nathan Holmes to supply controlled drugs. It was he, not she, who had suffered from jealousy. There is in Erin Borum's notes for 27 August 2014 this comment. Client expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she is nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed that she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Miss Heard disagreed with the note and said that that it was not she who had feelings of jealousy but Mr. Depp. I accept her evidence in this regard. The provenance of the information obtained by Miss Borum is unclear. It may have come from Dr. Kipper and or Mr. Depp, but Miss Borum did not say in her note that it came from Miss Heard herself. Couldn't have just been that she made her own assumptions based on what she observed, but anyway. Further, I have had evidence of Mr. Depp's jealousy towards James Franco, Billy Bob Thornton, and Tassia Van Ree. It was he, not she, who was concerned about his legacy. It was he, not she, who scrawled graffiti on mirrors and the lampshade. I reject Mr. Depp's evidence that it was Miss Heard who added the graffiti about Carly Simon. The writing in black, for which Mr. Depp accepted responsibility, appears to have been added after the graffiti in red, which mentions Carly Simon. In any event, whether or not Miss Heard liked to have had the last word, it would in all circumstances have been peculiar for her to add to Mr. Depp's graffiti. I do not accept that that is what happened. The damage clearly included a broken window pane, as can be seen in the photograph which Mr. King took. Yes, that's fine. The damage also included a great deal of broken glass, as Mr. King testified. Mr. Depp said that Miss Heard had thrown bottles at him and that this was the source of the broken glass. I do not accept that she threw more than one bottle, as she admitted. For the same reasons as I have found it was he, not she, who was responsible for the damage, I find that it was he, not she, who was generally throwing the bottles. Mr. Depp admitted in his evidence to ripping a telephone off the wall. I do not accept that Miss Heard was responsible for the injury to Mr. Depp's finger. The first account appears to have been in Mr. Depp's text to Dr. Kipper. It is notable that in that text he said that he cut off his finger, not that she cut it. Mr. Connolly said that Mr. Depp told him on his arrival that Miss Heard had caused the injury to his finger, but that is not what Mr. Depp had said in his text to Dr. Kipper. He was trying to protect his wife. Nor did Mr. Depp say that Miss Heard had been responsible for the injury to his finger in either of his two texts to his sister Christy on the 8th of March. What exactly caused the injury is uncertain. Mr. King spoke of there being a great deal of broken glass around, and it may well have been that Mr. Depp accidentally cut his finger on a piece of broken glass. We've all seen that photo, right, of what actually... of the shattered bone, of the big chunk of skin missing, all that sort of shit. How do you accidentally do that? Like trip ass over head and just... Anyway. As is apparent from Mr. Connolly's evidence, there was much discussion on the way to the hospital as to what false explanation could be given. Mr. Judas is undoubtedly right that this was a potential public relations catastrophe for Mr. Depp. It seems that the hospital was told that Mr. Depp had cut his finger accidentally. I do not accept that this untrue account was given simply to spare Miss Heard as the real abuser. I feel like if anyone had actually raised the fact that glassing is a thing in Australia, that would have actually weighed in here. For anyone that isn't aware, glassing in Australia is basically a mandatory prison term. Hang on, I've read it out before, but I will bring up the actual terminology just so that I... Okay, so New South Wales, it's not, where's the... Damn, I had a really good definition of it the other day. I really should have saved that. Oh, no shit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess who's joined us for what will more than likely be the last 15 minutes of the stream? Hello, Kiwi Thinker.
Mute button's off now. I'm good.
You there?
I am. Are you there?
Yep, there we go. Sorry. Volume was down. Where are we? So basically what I was saying is glassing in Australia, depending on how you actually do it, it can be a mandatory jail term. So I very much believe that if the judge in this case had been aware of that, he would have known that the untrue account that was given wasn't simply to spare her as the abuser, it was to spare her from potentially a jail term that would have been automatic. So next, he went on to say quite how long an interval elapsed between Mr. Depp's finger being injured and help being summoned is impossible to gauge. Miss Heard's estimate of 12 hours may not be accurate. No shit, Richmond. No one is going to sit and let their finger rot like that for 12 hours. The sense of timing by witnesses to traumatic events is notoriously unreliable, but it is notable that according to Dr. Kipper's note, even when Mr. Depp's security team arrived, they had difficulty in persuading him to leave the house. Given that he had by then suffered a serious injury to his finger, that speaks to his heightened emotional state and is supportive of Miss Heard's account that despite the injury, he did not seek help at once. Yeah, that's fine. Just because you don't seek help at once doesn't mean you wait fucking 12 hours. I don't care how high you are.
You don't. Yeah. Dude, you have messed with my dreams so bad.
Really?
Yeah, I fell asleep at my PC with my headset on, listening to you talk about this shit, half in, half out of consciousness the whole time. Man, dude, my dreams have been just all about this.
Donna, I take your point, but is the shock really going to last for 12 hours before you realise that, hey, I might have to go to the hospital for this? Especially if you've got people around you that are going, yeah, come on, we might need to get that looked at. I was wondering where you were. You said that you were waking up, and I was like, well, hang on.
Dude, what fucked me up is that I'd accidentally, I had one stream open and one stream paused.
Mm-hmm.
So, the one that was open was playing the music of your voice, and then the paused one was the one that was on my screen. And every time I hovered over the bar half awake, it said that I was only 45 minutes behind you. So I'm like, yeah, no, I can get a bit more sleep. And dude, just man, my dreams just, dude, this is horrific. People should do this instead of horror movies. Just go half asleep while someone reads horrific shit.
Just what do you call it? Twisted version of ASMR for you.
Oh mate, just no.
Where are we? So Miss Heard was in a distressed state when she was seen by Dr. Cowan a few days later. She was also visibly distressed when seen by her sister Whitney on her return from Australia. No shit, because she probably knew at that stage that it was over.
Didn't they go on for a year or more after Aussie?
Yeah, they did. But I mean, at the same time, you would have to be thinking, like 2 days after you do that to him, surely he's going to wake up and smell the roses at this point. But she must have had.
I don't know. When I was an EMT over here, I got called out to an incident in a nearby town, and when we got there, there was a young girl. She was 17, I think. It was the last call I ever went on because I ended up thumping the guy. He had thrown his daughter through a plate glass window, a sliding door, and she was all cut up and shit.
Warning.
But she wouldn't tell the police anything. She was covering for him.
Far out. Okay.
People do some weird shit. Like her face was cut up, her body was cut up, and she was covering for the guy. And she was walking around as if I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And as I said, I just ended up punching the guy, and I was politely asked to no longer be an EMT. But yeah, you can't. You would never believe the stuff that happens in DV. It's just, yeah.
Fair enough. All right, how much have we got left for this? All right, I just want to get through this one because
Sorry.
All good. Amber had cuts on her arms as seen by Mr. Judge and by Mr. King. The cuts were also seen by Rocky and Whitney. The photographs of the scars to which I've referred were taken many years later and is too indistinct to be of much value, but I accept that she did cut her arms. I do not accept that the cuts were self-inflicted as Mr. Judge speculated in the recording. His, open quotes, non-expert view that they were self-inflicted carries little, if any, weight. In any event, Miss Heard had no history of self-harming. A much more likely explanation, and one that I find to be in this case, is that they were caused accidentally by the abundance of broken glass in the house. Miss Heard said that her feet were also cut, as she also told Miss Pennington. That also is likely given the result of the abundant broken glass. Mr. Judge also says that in the accidental recording that he had seen a bruise on Miss Heard. Sorry?
Did he?
Yeah. Where are we? The injury to Mr. Depp's cheek can be seen in the photograph of him on the hospital trolley. None of the doctors appear to have remarked on it. None of them gave evidence. For the hospital, the explanation may have been that the injury to his finger was what required immediate attention. The omission of Dr. Kipper to comment on it is more notable. In any event, I do not accept Mr. Depp's evidence that Miss Heard caused this injury by putting a cigarette out on his cheek. Quite how it happened and whether the cause was accidental or deliberate is not necessary for me to decide. But given Mr. Depp's heightened emotional state and his other actions that night, the possibility that he injured himself accidentally is plausible. About the only way that I can actually half agree with him on that is that it is interesting that Kipper didn't comment on it, but I mean, he might have already. It could be a case where you've got two sets of doctors that think the other one's already dealt with something, so.
Or it could be the fact that he didn't want to be party to a crime.
Oh, that too.
By giving Dr. Kipper all those bullshit excuses, he's not opening Kipper up to conspiracy to pervert the course of justice charges.
Yeah, look, quite possibly. Amber's description of the days in Australia as akin to a hostage situation was something of a hyperbole. No shit. She was not...
Hyperbole? That's polite. I wasn't aware judges ran on hyperboles.
She was not being kept in the house against her will. The house was set back on a long drive, but there were people around. Miss Heard had a mobile phone. She agreed in cross-examination that she could have contacted anyone. In the accidentally recorded conversation, she spoke of phoning her sister. Miss Heard could have left the house. Yet, taking all the evidence together, I accept that she was the victim of sustained and multiple assaults by Mr. Depp in Australia. It is a sign of the depth of his rage that he admitted scrawling graffiti in blood from his injured finger, and then when that was insufficient, dipping his badly injured finger in paint and continuing to write messages and other things. I accept her evidence of the nature of the assaults he committed against her. They may have been terrifying. That must have been terrifying. I accept that Mr. Depp put her in fear of her life. I have also accepted the further allegation that in the confidential annex regarding this incident. I accept that it is possible that Miss Heard made the remark which Mr. King attributed to her. It certainly has an uncanny echo of exactly the same phrase which Miss Heard used in argument 2. But even if she did make that remark and intend for it to refer to herself rather than Mr. Depp, my conclusions remain the same for the other reasons that I have given.
Yeah, see, there's no wonder this was fucking stopped from being. This would be the definition of fucking prejudicial evidence.
Absolutely.
Because they'd go, well, he's a judge, he must know.
Well, that's just it. And that's why I've been going back and forth and telling everyone while we've been here. Given that he's been both the finder of fact and the finder of law on this, it's just the amount of bias is just staggering. That
it really is.
And it's just mind-boggling.
Because we've all seen the same evidence now.
Well, look, I mean, to be perfectly honest, we've actually seen more evidence. because he refused to have Amber put her evidence in. So, but anyway, I'm going to stop with the document there simply because that takes me to page 68, which means I've got just enough for one more video, which I'll probably do tomorrow night.
Well,
so
it
let's go.
Australia too, doesn't it?
Yes, that does finish off Australia. So where are we? Let's see. What did I miss in the chats?
Lots.
Oh, don't do that to me. I mean, half of it's my bloody Streamlabs that I've got to try and tweak. That's really just popping up way too frequently.
That's what she said.
Morning. Friendly rivalry and joke with it. Yep, that's the bloody Streamlabs. Damn. You get used to abuse as normal. Always targets lie for their abusers. Yep. Lol, I like that the bot that won't let the caps go through. They also mentally put you into accepting it and that it's your fault. Yeah, it's the whole gaslighting thing. It's exactly what they do. Oh, that is sick of it. Yeah. I don't believe that the recording was accidental. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could well be.
Who recorded it?
It's actually a good question. I'm pretty sure it was. I feel like it was Johnny's phone, but it may have been one of the security guys that did it because it went for like 5 hours.
That's a long recording.
Mm-hmm.
After the dreams I had, Gene, I don't know if I want to go back to sleep. At one point, Amber was walking around in stiletto heels, skewering all
okay,
my
that's enough.
Goldfish. She was she was stomping around in my goldfish pond, skewering all my goldfish with her stiletto heels. And I was very upset.
Okay. When help arrived, the record function of a mobile phone was left on, and as a result, there was recording which lasted. Okay, so whether it's accidental or not is sort of up for debate, I would say, because it could well be that one of the security members has just taken out their phone and sat it there to record everything. So. But anyway.
Is this the audio where you can hear Amber saying she's sorry and?
No, this is different. Well, I mean, it might well be the same audio recording, but specifically all they've referred to in the transcript is Jerry Judge talking to Ben King about the damage to the house. Oh, cheers. I'm happy that it hasn't bored people because I was worried that me reading out a judgment would just have people running for the hills, to be frank, but you go back to sleep, Kiwi. Lol.
Shush. No.
Stay awake. Yeah. Well, play some sweet music. Could always queue up some of the Hollywood vampire music. Oh, for God's sake. I'm just going to turn that bloody thing off, I think. It was Amber's phone because at the end of the recording, you can hear her getting close and shutting it off when she was talking to Jerry Judge about going to the hotel. Really? So it was actually Amber's phone. So Amber recorded that entire thing, and she was... Okay.
Most of the most damning evidence against her came from her. She's a fucking idiot. Like, I'm glad she got busted, but...
Completely disregards any witnesses that corroborate JD's stories because they are in his pocket, but AH's witnesses that live in JD's penthouses because of AH are super credible. Yeah, and that's the other part of the issue that I have with this entire thing. He was more than happy to take on board pretty much anything that anyone said, and 9 times out of 10, it was people saying, Amber told me this, Amber showed me this. Mind-boggling, honestly.
Objection here. So Unintelligible.
Oh God, that was funny. Objection, unintelligible. All right. Well, look, I'm going to stop that particular
It's not
bit
even
there.
an objection. It's just that's just a jab.
Where are we? There's something else. Oh yeah, I wanted to share this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you look at the little video?
No, GoFundMe has shut down a fake Amber Heard fundraiser. So one of the two that we were looking at on GoFundMe the other day, turns out someone set it up just so that they could try and scam off a bunch of Amber's supporters. So the one that was under the name Kimberly Moore started the Justice for Amber Heard page not long after the verdict, alleging to be in contact with the legal team. Moore claimed that the actor would have direct access to the money raised, and while it's not clear whether the creator's intentions were to fundraise or to scam, that's one way of covering your ass. GoFundMe closed the page after determining that neither Heard nor her legal team had any association with it. Speaking to TMZ, a spokesperson for the website confirmed that they were able to flag the page quickly and take it down before a substantial amount of money had been raised. They would try. The donation goal for it was at least $1 million. That's what I found so damn funny.
Well, I guess you could call it a defund her. I sent you a link in private chat.
Alright, so there was something else, but I think that was pretty well going to do it because I'm not going to put anyone through any more Elaine interviews, at least not until I know what's going on with.
I'm the hero that she needs, but definitely not the hero that she wants.
Where are we? That's fine. That's about Elaine cancelling the interview. I did the Dr. Spiegel article, so that's fine. Danielle, thanks for doing so. Yeah, no, more than happy to. Maybe the judge saw a new future for him in AH. What, you're saying that? I really hope.
Would he be wearing the robes?
I hope not. Really, really hope not.
Well, he does have a gavel.
Oh dear God! Just stop! Just stop! Not gonna lie, your new guest is my hero a little bit. Oh, there you go. You got some. You got some fans out in the crowd.
I'll take it. One
Need
fan.
Cash.
It's a success.
Love hearing your accents. Don't think she'll get support from anyone. Yeah, no, probably not. Cute kid. Jesus, Maud, how young do you think I am? I mean, yes, I know I have a bit of a baby face, but you know. Anyway, look, it's just gone 1 a.m.
Quick, have a look. It'll take you 2 minutes. Have a look at the link.
You sent me something.
Touch on it as a teaser for tomorrow, because then you can go and do some legal research.
This is the thing you were talking about, right?
Yes. The ultimate.
Oh yeah, no. Tell you what, I'm going to flag this with everyone now so that we can look, so that I can hook everyone in. So, my intrepid minion did some digging. And as it turns out, there's a reason why Amber may not actually be able to appeal the decision in the Virginia case. And that is basically because she raised a counterclaim. If she appeals against Johnny's win, she would have to put up a bond for the amount that he has already been awarded. So the fact that she already has to pay him $8 million, she would have to basically pay that into the court in order to be able to go and do her appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And what's that under? That title, what's it called?
I put the
Title
link.
16.
If you click the link, it should take you straight there.
No, I've got it open. I'm just trying to make sure that I open it up and read it properly to people. Virginia Code of Conduct,
there was
Title
a guy on
16.
YouTube who went over it briefly, but he didn't go past the first paragraph. So I'm kind of interested to see your take on the total section.
Oh, to hell with it. It's only like what, 600 words? Let's just do this.
Oh, no, you don't have to do the whole 600. Dear God.
What? No, I'll be able to read that faster than I will the other thing that I did. Although, where's my StreamYard gone now? Oh, it's right there. All right, so stop the stream, share screen.
If he accidentally stops the stream, folks, it's been awesome.
Very funny. All right, now keep in mind, people, I'm reading this for the first time along with each of you. I cannot confirm its authenticity or its veracity, but it looks appropriate, given that it is from a Virginia.gov site. Requirements for an appeal. No appeal shall be allowed unless and until the party applying for the same or someone for him shall give bond in an amount and with sufficient surety approved by the judge or by his clerk, if there is one, or in an amount sufficient to satisfy the judgment of the court in which it is rendered. Each amount shall include an award for attorney's fees, if any. Such bond shall be posted within 30 days from the date of the judgment, except for an appeal from the judgment of a general district court on an unlawful detainer pursuant to 801129. However, no appeal bond shall be required of a plaintiff in a civil case where the defendant has not asserted a counterclaim.
So it counts.
Well, it's not even that. Johnny was the plaintiff, so she wouldn't, irrespective, that wouldn't have applied to her.
Doesn't she become the plaintiff in the counterclaim, though? They just
she becomes a
plaintiff defense for ease.
No. So then she becomes the appellant. Where are we? Where the appeal is proper to protect the estate of a deceased, an infant, a convict, or an insane person, the interest of a country, city, town, or transportation district created pursuant to the Transport District Act. In a case where a defendant with indemnity cover through a policy of liability insurance appeals, the bond required by this section shall not exceed the amount of the judgment that is covered by the policy of the indemnity coverage.
Now that could come back to whether or not this shit's being paid by a contents policy.
That is true.
B moves on to more definers, trespasser, judgment, unlawful, etc.
Yeah. It's unlawful detainer. In cases of unlawful detainer, if such bond is furnished by or on behalf of any party against whom judgment has been rendered for money or property or both, the bond shall be conditioned for the performance and satisfaction of such judgment or order as may be entered against such party on appeal, and for the payment of all costs and damages which may be awarded against him in the appellate court. If the appeal is by a party against whom there is no recovery except for costs, the bond shall be conditioned for payment of such costs and damages may be awarded against him on appeal. In addition to the foregoing, any party applying for appeal shall, within 30 days of the date of the judgment, pay to the clerk of the court from which the appeal is to be taken the amount of the writ tax of the court to which the appeal is taken and the costs required by subdivision A13 of Title 171275, including all fees for the service of process of the notice of appeal in the circuit court pursuant to 16.1. Okay.
Leo, we're reading through a document. It's part of the Virginia law. So basically, it's a very small part of Virginia law. It's
the easiest way to explain it is
16.1 through 107 requirements for appeal.
Yeah, so it's effectively civil procedure practice notes, basically. What's required as part of the administration of court cases and that sort of thing. So basically what this one is saying is that because Amber has already lost to Johnny and she's had technically 10 million awarded against her, I think that she would actually have to cough up the entire 10, because even after the offset, technically she was awarded the 10,350,000.
Yes, it doesn't take 2 million off of the 10. He has to pay her 2 million separately.
Exactly. So So she would actually need to pay $10 million into a bond to the court in order to appeal.
10 million for.
Yeah, all right. If you're gonna get snippy about it,
I'm just snippy.
But that reading that on face value, that's astounding. There is no way in hell that's happening unless she is legitimately going to hold the rest of Elon's. What do we call it?
Baby daddy money.
Well, I was going to say embryos as hostage, but anyway.
It's such a ridiculous thing. You're going to have to do a stream one day on whether or not she can actually legally claim inheritance / money / anything when she spotted it up herself. Like, genuinely. Like, it's his baby, probably. But does it have any entitlements given that he played no part in creating it? Or could the argument be made that by donating the sperm to her, he gave her carte blanche on how to use it?
Well, see, and that brings us into a whole other area that I plan on looking at down the track, and that is basically, I mean, I don't want to get into the too controversial areas, but, you know, talking about abortion and women being able to opt out of being parents, the fact that men aren't able to then opt out of being parents, and whether or not that's legally fair, and that's basically bring back to, well, would that mean that Elon, despite the fact that he had no, so I mean, look, he probably screwed her. Let's be perfectly honest. I mean, no way being defamatory by saying that. That's my opinion. That's more than likely happened.
They were known to have had a relationship before Deb and after.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll be an interesting argument for a couple hours stream.
Yeah, I think that's one that we might have to do offline to start with. I don't think, because that could get very heated, and that I think that we might need to sort of censor ourselves on that one just to make sure. But yes, I wholeheartedly agree. That's something that we can certainly touch on in the future. But yeah, thank you very much for passing that on, because that definitely, I can't see how she'd manage it. She does not have the funds.
Unless Elon paid it for her.
Yeah, look, unless Elon paid it for her, or, absolute worst case scenario, I mean, if Elaine's really that nuts, she might get the firm to put up a bond for it, but...
Or a bond company. Don't Americans have companies that if they can show enough collateral, they can get bonds? Like
yeah, but if she had the collateral, she'd just be out. If she had the collateral, then Johnny would get the money anyway. I mean, most people are saying that he's not going to see the money irrespective, so I'll be very, very surprised. What do we got?
If I was him, honestly, I would say to her, okay, I'll accept payment of $100,000 a year for the rest of your life to when you die or when you pay it off, whichever comes first. But the checks must be made out to the Children's Charity Hospital of Los Angeles.
And then she still gets done with the gift tax. That'd be hilarious. Where are we?
You know what else we should do one day?
What's that?
I reckon it'd be awesome to just go through and just find out like what Maud does as a job, what Jean does as a job, what Lily does. Just literally just sit there and just find out everything you can about these people that have been watching you. Every stream I've seen, these guys have been here.
I surprisingly don't actually feel the need to pry into my viewers' personal lives quite like that. If they want to discuss, that's what the Shooting the Breeze episodes are for. I'm more than happy to just discuss anything and everything. I'm not going to go on a fact-finding mission, though, that makes it sound like you're stalking them.
Oh, can we?
No.
Why not?
Because it's creepy.
It's fun.
That from other US lawyers. Yep, saw that plus lawyers' fees. Great book, my grandson's fave. Isn't in an escrow. No, not at the moment. It's not. It would need to be put into escrow if she wanted to appeal. Not going to happen, though. She's probably on the phone to Elon by now. going to
Apparently
ask him for a
Maud is
loan.
retired and has nothing better to do than to pick on kids, so she's already stalking us, which makes it okay for me to stalk her.
No comment. If Kate James had lied to customs on behalf of AH, would she have faced harsher penalties since she's a citizen of Australia? Can't believe AH would pull her into that after frying with me. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not even sure if Kate's actually here in Australia. I haven't checked. I mean, at one point I thought she had actually emigrated to the UK. I could well be wrong on that. I'm not 100% sure. But yes, if it came out that she had actually done that and she was still here, there's a good chance that she would have the AFP knocking on her door. For clarification, AFP is the Australian Federal Police, near enough to our equivalent of the FBI. Unless you're in Canberra, in which case they're just your everyday cops that do the beat. Can you better explain where? Yeah, we went through that. Oh, that's Streamlabs. Got me again. She has to pay a huge bomb before applying. Yep. She would do anything as long as she's not to blame. Yep. Thanks for explaining it to me better. A mere ill-intelligent citizen. Oh, Leo, don't put yourself down like that. It's 1 a.m. here. I had slight trouble wrapping my head around it initially anyway, so I'm just glad that I was able to explain it to you in a way that was intelligible. I was sure that Mr. Kiwi over there was going to give me an objection incomprehensible, so the worst part is that she still blamed Kate anyway, saying she was responsible for the forms and she forgot to do them before AH fired her. Yeah, which really sucks, in particular, given that Kate was never in charge of those forms anyway. It was always Kevin Murphy. Learned a lot about listening to him and other lawyers during the trial. That's great. I'm very happy that we've been able to sort of expand the knowledge bracket for you. That's, that actually makes me really happy.
This trial has created a planet full of judicial apprentices.
No, you know what I honestly believe it's done? I honestly believe what it has done has created a planet of more well-informed potential jury people. That's what I think it's done.
That is true.
Hopefully it will mean that in the future, if someone gets brought up for jury duty or something like that, they're not going to be as hesitant or reticent to be involved in it, and they will actually understand the processes and understand that it's an important part of our society. Yes, you might not always get to sit on the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case. It might be, someone ran a red light. There might be a traffic stop. It might be someone robbed a bookstore, But the simple fact of the matter is, if we don't do these sorts of things, who's going to? And at what point does, without sounding ridiculous, at what point does society start to collapse around that when we can't actually maintain our justice system?
Good call.
Not to mention, when you add to that also, it's basically that a bunch of people will need to actually understand what's going on so that and brain froze.
Words follow on.
Words, lots of words, lots of intelligent sounding big words that were going to impress everybody. Moving on. Elaine is still her attorney and as crazy as she is. Careful, Maud, that's defamatory. She's covered by litigation privilege. We're not.
Yes, that was actually discussed. Spidey put out a video about Elaine's interviews, and it was quite interesting. You should watch it next time you're off air.
Oh, so Spidey's already done it, has he? I heard that he was going to. Did he actually go into why she got called into court, or was it purely just he was reviewing her body language?
Just reviewing her body language during the interviews and
basic
summary.
I don't need Spidey to tell me that she's a nut job. Okay, I can come to that opinion on my own. But yes, I will go and have a look.
He thinks it's as much about repairing her career as testifying for Amber. So, yay, Spidey agrees with me.
Mm-hmm. I'm a tax collector. Nobody wants to look for me. Yeah, because you come hunting for everybody else.
Dude, I had to mute my fucking mic after I read that comment the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Look, yeah, there we go.
Well,
well, I just said what I commented in chat as well. It's like Inception, but
I need to cook, so I use any excuse. Money. That's a good explanation. Oh, well, I'm glad that whatever it was. Well, I never thought of it that way. You're so good. Well, whatever it was that I said 4 minutes ago, I'm very glad that it was well explained. I get excused for disability. Oh, Jane, I'm sorry to hear that. Is that, Jane? I don't mean to pry or anything, but is it something that would prevent you from actually serving on a jury? Would you want to, or is it they automatically disqualify you? I mean, I'm automatically disqualified anyway because I'm a lawyer, but after watching this trial, I've been hoping to be called for jury duty. It seems fun. Don't get your hopes up too high, but the cafeteria food can be good depending on the court. Oh, snap. Well, more informed juries. This is a very ignorant question, but how is the court system set up in Australia? Do you all have juries? Yes, we do. So we actually have the choice, depending on what you do when you issue either your writ statement of claim, or an originating motion. You can either have it so that it's heard by a judge alone, or you can have it heard by a jury, depending on what level of money is involved. If it's civil or if it's a criminal matter, you can have a jury of 6 or you can have a jury of 12. I think that is adjustable depending on the situations, but those are the general premises. What is litigation privilege? So basically, because the easiest example is that because Elaine is still technically acting as Amber's attorney and the case is ongoing, it will be until the 20. Someone keeps correcting me on this. It's either the 21st or the 24th. I think it's the 24th. Until the court orders are actually made, the case is technically still on foot, and that means that Elaine is still involved in an active court matter. So she can say whatever the fuck she wants in relation to this matter, and she is technically covered. She can't be sued for defamation or anything, because it's the same as here in Australia. If you say something inside Parliament, it's called parliamentary privilege. You can say whatever the fuck you want in the middle of Parliament. No one can touch you. You step out the door and say the same thing, you can get sued to the 9s and 10s. But that's probably
too. Comment just came up. Miss or Mrs. Payton said, "Sorry, listening to the heavy breather talking about his dreams has lost me. Pity. Bye." I mean, if they want to leave your channel, I'll explain one thing. I breathe heavy because my lungs were damaged in a fighting a fire. So I'm not going to apologize for the heavy breathing because I did my job. And all I mentioned was goldfish and stilettos. I wouldn't have put that as a. I apologize if it was a breaking point, but and wasn't that like 20 minutes ago?
I dare say maybe someone's watching on delay.
No, as I said.
Well, thank you for your service. Do you need an asthma puffer?
No, there's nothing that can be done. It's scar tissue on the lungs.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Basically, I went through a floor. Face mask was broken, nose was broken, inhaled 3 quick breaths of superheated air, and then got pulled out.
Oh.
Amateur mistake.
Sucks.
It was my own fault. I didn't check the floor. I was 3rd time in, teenager, and yeah, not allowed to do it anymore. That's when I went to the EMTs.
All right.
I've had an interesting life.
Yeah, sounds it. Gene Spidey is one of the LawTube panelists. He's a behavioral analyst. Rob had him on Law and Lumber, and they did a joint session. So they did part of it on Spidey's channel, and they did part of it on Rob's channel, basically examining various bits and pieces of the trial. So I can certainly find his details at some point. Just don't have them right in front of me. My brother was called and they dismissed him because my dad was a police officer when we were toddlers. I don't know if it was specific to that case or if we will be dismissed in general each time. Basically, it will depend whether or not it was an automatic dismissal or if your brother was dismissed for what's called dismissed for cause. it may well be that. Do you know if it was a criminal matter? In which case, it was more than likely your brother was dismissed because they probably thought that your brother was more than likely going to vote guilty because you've got a family member in the police force, or had. Wheelchair makes it difficult. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe we could read over the witness statement made by Kate James. Yeah, look, that's something I'm happy to down the track. Kiwi, ignore it. How many goldfish on one stiletto? Do not encourage him. Come on.
Well, it started with a little gold one, and then there was a blue one, which was a bit bigger, and that took up slightly more room, so we had to end with the flounder. He's just thinking, this tail smells fishier than Amber's flappy market.
Oh, no. Bad Kiwi. That's a joke. Bad Kiwi.
Oh, okay. Shit. I have to think of a bad Kiwi joke. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna Google.
Look, save it for tomorrow because I've got about 4 minutes before I'm going to absolutely
park it. I shall come up with a cracker for tomorrow's stream.
Yeah, that can be the closing argument for the next video. The way I see it, every moment in life is where I'm meant to be and not meant to be. So doors close and open as they are meant to. Oh, that's you. That's actually a very good way of looking at it. From my understanding, it was in relation to a criminal matter. Yeah, then in all likelihood, that's why your brother would have been dismissed, because he would have been dismissed for cause by the defense attorney. Only need one out.
Always crayon.
One day at a time. Marker or crayon. No sheep.
Yeah, see, one of my mates is a fisherman. He now refers to Amber as the golden cod. Stop it.
And with that, I'm going to remind everyone, please go and do the YouTubey things. Hit the like, subscribe, and the bell so you know when I'm actually going to be back on here, because it does seem to fluctuate day to day. I managed to get my daughter down a little bit earlier tonight, so I was able to start at around 9:30, which was great. And look, went for almost 4 hours, which has been brilliant. And just by show of hands, just a 1 in the chat. Did it sound okay? I actually went out and I bothered to get myself a proper mic. So I'm just trying to fiddle with various things. And if anyone has any thoughts on... Sorry?
I said that's why the other one's sticking out the back of your head.
Yeah. I'm just using the for the speaker at this stage. I bought a pair of headphones, right? Okay. I thought that they'd be USB-C ones that would plug into the laptop and that they'd be fine. Now, they're also Bluetooth. It doesn't work if I plug it into the laptop by the USB-C, and if I connect it by Bluetooth, the sound is terrible. It's crackly. I've got to return them. But anyway.
That's what a lot of people seem to be using.
I was using my Galaxy Buds, but it seems to connect the microphone as well, and I prefer using a professional sounding mic. So.
Oh, the mic's crystal clear, dude. Like, I go back when I watch your videos as standalones, I cringe every time I hear myself, because in my head, take what you hear, deepen it an octave, and get rid of the nasal damage. And that's what I hear. And then I hear myself on your stream, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to go on again.
Oh, don't stress, mate. Everyone hates how they sound when they're recorded. So, but anyway, yeah. Look, so that's 1:30. I'm going to call it a night, peeps. I do have to go to work in the morning. So, thank you so much for everyone being here. Just need to change settings on StreamYard for the mic. Yeah, look, I think you're right there. I just couldn't be bothered for the moment, to be honest.
It's a good mic though, dude. You are clear as a bell.
Oh, really? excellent.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's, at some point I'll go back and re-listen to this. And look, I just want to say thank you to everyone that has stuck around and watched. I was looking at the viewing numbers from the videos the last few days. Somehow yesterday I was at 300 total hours of views. Today I was somehow at 750 total hours, so 450 hours in a day, which I'm hugely humbled by. So thank you very much. But yeah, look, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, people. Love yous all, and we'll see you soon.